I lay in remembrance of a darker day, searching for resemblance to a time when all was fair, the world was mine, there was passion in the air.
Let's go.
Oh, hello. Hello. I hope you're good. I hope all is well. King George, Dirtmark, DePike, Oggysaurus, and Get the Fenwick. Thank you for the resubs. 5 of them, all in the same minute. Holy shit. Do you think that was goalie interference? No, that was soft as shit. I don't think that was goalie interference. No, that shouldn't have been overturned. It was bollocks. It was bollocks. I think Germany was shockingly bad, though, and probably didn't deserve to go through, but they didn't deserve to go out because of that VAR decision either. That was terrible. King George, thank you for the 40 months. Dirtmarker, DePike, Oggy, and Get the Fenwick. Thank you very much as well. Redline, I was going to ask that. With the predictions, are we just going for who qualifies, or are we going for the result after 90 minutes? Because for knockouts, I'd kind of like to go for who qualifies, but I don't know. You're the adjudicator. Because picking the draw seems really dull. I just want to pick who's going to get through, you know?
LUL.
It should have been a goal. It was that disallowing that was it was kind of bundled into the goalie as well. It's not like he was even. It was like he was sort of colliding with another defender, and he sort of fell forwards. It wasn't an intention. It was bollocks. Yeah. Pick the winners of each game. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. It's a hell of a thing to have Germany and the Netherlands go out on the same night is crazy. I'm less surprised about the Netherlands, very surprised about Paraguay getting through, you know, like I think Germany have not been good this tournament, but Paraguay they played a lot like Panama against England and Ghana as well, just like really low block, defend, but they did score, you know, they put them under pressure, they did score. When they had 2 chances to go through in the penalties, I thought they'd fucked it. I really did. They had 2 chances to go through in the normal 5 penalties and then didn't. I was like, there's no way they're going. And then Germany's next penalty taker just like skied it like a fucking conversion in rugby. Holy shit. What team is Haaland on? He's on Norway. They're playing later today. It's a tight game actually. I can't remember. They're playing an African team, aren't they? Norway. It looks like a tight game. Hard to call, I think. Can't remember who they're playing. Some good games today. Sweden-France is the only one I can actually watch, which is a shame. I'd like to watch some of the others, but... Ivory Coast. Yeah, that's a tough one to call. Yeah, Norway, Ivory Coast is kind of 50-50-ish, you know. The way it's going at the moment with the temperatures and playing in the Americas, it feels like it's favouring African teams and South American teams over European teams, you know. Yeah, those kind of stupid run-ups are shit, Rage Quit. I don't know why they do it. Germany had all the advantages in that penalty shootout as well. I think they were in their home fans' area, but more importantly, they were going first. They should have won that. I'm not going to lie though, apologies if you're German, but seeing Germany lose a penalty shootout is actually quite nice, just for a change. Vors, thank you very much for the 3 months. Milan, thank you as well. Creepy Tickler, thank you very much. Yeah. Bees, yeah. It's a shame. To be honest, I was really conflicted because seeing Germany lose on penalties was kind of, as a Brit, as an English dude, it was kind of, it warmed my heart a touch. But I'm not going to lie, I kind of wanted Germany to get through because in the next round they're likely to play France, and I think France versus Paraguay is just, it'll be attack versus defence, but France are good enough to break down, you know. If it was Germany-France, there's just the chance that Germany could have raised the game and somehow got through, you know. But France look nailed on to win the tournament at the moment, I think. I think France versus Germany was a much tougher game for France, whereas France versus Paraguay seems like an own goal, you know. It seems easy. Mayor Max, thank you so much for the support. I really, really appreciate it. Rage Quit, thank you for the new sub. Mayor Max, thank you for the new sub as well. Doing all the things, Mayor Max. Thank you very much. Cheers for the gifteds and your own. And Rage Quit, thank you for yours as well. Why do I owe you an apology, Coach? Is it because I predicted Morocco would get through and they did? And you were rooting for the Netherlands? Sorry, dude, but you get what you get. Right, okay, let me stop the music because we're going to be in the game soon. I think it's going to be night time, which kind of sucks, but it won't last long. Norway's going to win the cup. Yeah, all right. I'm sure they will. Dirtmarker, Germany did look bad. They did look bad, but that disallowed goal was a joke. It was a goal. There's no way that should have been disallowed. Paraguay wins. What, the tournament? No. They got through yesterday, though. What was the reason that... Well, they were saying he'd fouled the goalie. They said he'd fouled the goalie. Holy crap, YouTube is fixed. I got a notification and when I opened up you were right there. Wow, bitter hearts. Glad to hear it. I don't know what you said, GTA, but I think Nightbot's done me a favour. Let's go England. I'm a bit worried about... I hope they get through against Congo. They should. But I'm really worried about the next game. I'm worried about it, whether it's Ecuador or Mexico. And I've got a little bit of a tickle that Mexico are going to lose to Ecuador. And I know they shouldn't, but I think it's a tough game. I think Ecuador have got a good shout. I've got a fancy Ecuador are going to beat Mexico. But anyway, I'm not looking forward to England having to play in Mexico against either one of those teams in the next round if they get there.
1 year subbing. Yay. Can you send me the 12-month feet pic? Cheers.
Can you send me the 12? I'm all out of them, dude. I send them via post. Like, I like to send an original signed copy, but I'm out at the moment, so you'll have to wait. Sorry, dude. Yeah, the simulation was pretty bad. It was. Oh, no, I don't want... I may need the camera. Right, I'm going to suicide on account of the fact that I'm not Burnside. Ah, the end of yesterday's stream looked like Duke Nukem, played by a noob. You had no chance. Bring more grenades. I think saying played by a noob, my gun jammed and they were just absorbing anything that I fired into them, you know. It was just stupid. I've got to be honest, having reflected on it last night and this morning, I've come to the conclusion that quests that are incredibly hard to do, especially while you're streaming, that lead towards AI like stupidly hard, the only way that you can kill them is to cheese them by climbing up on something, otherwise you're going to die. I'm sorry, I don't really like it. It's the honest truth. Yes, I didn't know what was there and now I do, so maybe I can prepare more. But I don't like spending 13 hours killing 9 or 10 players and putting all that effort to turn up incredibly geared, only to face something that doesn't die before my gun jams. It's stupid. It's just stupid. I don't understand the logic in it, you know. The challenge of doing the quest is hard enough on a full pop server. It's a quest. It's about the adventure. It shouldn't be about impossible to kill aliens. I just don't understand. It's not fun. And that's my personal view. Doesn't mean I'm right, but it's the same with the new DayZ thing as well. A PvE quest that's at the end of many, many months of trying and failing solo, and when you finally get there, you're just going to fail because you can't do it solo and you've never seen it before. Seems kind of stupid, if I'm honest. And maybe that's just me being a killjoy, but I just don't think it's really for me. It's not really my bag, you know? Doesn't mean I won't try and do it. I'll definitely try and do the DayZ quest again, but... Oh shit, I pressed the wrong thing there. Sorry, I'm trying to change my monitor settings. I just... Oh, out of habit, I went to pixel cleaning and turned that on. That's not what I want. Oh, fuck me. What have I clicked there? Oh, fuck me dead. Hang on. Sorry, guys. One sec. Fuck's sake. Right, let me try again. I will get there. Jesus Christ. Right, hopefully it's still working. Okay, it seems to have messed up my fucking OBS though, so I've got to fix that now. Jesus Christ. Right, there we go, that's fixed. Pro streamer. Pro streamer in the house. There we go. Yeah, I know, I know I might be wrong, and I know that you can learn nuance of these things, but if you just think about the quest that Hollyrex did, you know, and she did it great, fair play, but she did it in a group, and she had to go back to do that quest in a group, like, and they were learning to speedrun it, but it took her months and months and months to complete that, and she's better at PvP than I am, no doubt, right, but in a group, it took months of effort to finally do it after many, many failures. How's a solo meant to do that? You know, like, I just don't see the point. I don't see the point. Like, it could take me 6 months to get to the final zone once playing solo while streaming, and then I'm just going to fail, aren't I? Like, I don't get it. Is Temp Manager as hard as Namalsk? I think I agree with Coach. It's marginally easier on Sakhal, but that's purely because the plus symbol lasts longer. On Namalsk, if you live long enough, and you have to live a very long time because it's been nerfed, but you get heat resistance as you play. So if you've been alive for like 20 hours, it suddenly becomes easier on Namalsk, but nobody really lives for 20 hours on Namalsk because you're probably running towards shots and playing for PvP and whatnot. But also Namalsk has frostbite, so you can potentially get frostbite, which was a tricky thing to manage too. So once you get frostbite, you can't lose it. You've got it. That's it. So if you get it once, you lose 10% of your health. If you get it twice, you lose 20% of your health, and so on. Lexi! I hope you're good. You're back streaming already? I bet you're fucking knackered. I can't believe you guys were out as late as you were on the Sunday night, or some of you anyway. It looked like some people got back about 4 AM. That is insane. I hope you had a good week. I'm gutted I missed Rusthaven, but partially I'm kind of glad. Looking at the weather, I'm kind of glad in some regards, but I'm gutted in others, you know. Thanks a lot for the raid. I hope you're well. It was great to see you again last week. I hope you managed to talk him into going to San Diego. That would be cool. Then don't do it solo. You have a fucking community that will be more than happy to help, and not in the way you like cheating. But you're missing the point, DFQ. The whole point of that is to try and do it solo. That's the adventure. That's the challenge, you know. But if the challenge is a Kobayashi Maru at the end, there is no point. I don't want to do call me a killjoy, it's fine. But I don't want to get a big group of people just because I'm a streamer and then complete an impossible quest because that's the only way to do it. I want to do it solo and have an adventure, maybe meet someone along the way and team up, or have some PvP and get held up and survive and escape and have this amazing story that leads towards finally completing it one day. You know, it would be great. However, I don't think that's very feasible. And so I don't think it should be that you can only complete it if you join a big group, you know? The hotel heat was worse than Rust Haven. Yeah, that I'm not surprised about. That was... I think they did get the feedback. When Tope was talking to Mark, I kind of talked similarly. I had a very quiet word with Scotty when I was leaving, but only very passively. But yeah, it was bad. It was really bad. It was so fucking hot. It was crazy hot. Right, I'm just going to make a fire, I think. Even on my first night, you know, like it was well into the 30s in my room at like 2 or 3 a.m. Even the last night I was scared I was going to die in the hotel. It was no joke. Fuck me. That's insane. Alright, and that's not going well.
Almost 1 year, Anning.
We had to soak clothing and lay it on us. That's crazy. I didn't think of that. I wish I had done. On the night I was in that hotel, my room was it just felt unbearable. But I was like tipping little bits of water from a water bottle onto my back, just dripping it. And then I was lying with my back to the fan that was just blowing fucking humid air at me, you know. But anyway, it kind of helped a little bit. But my God, it was hot in that room. Well, I'm glad you made it back okay. Holy shit. Would you turn down in-game sounds a tad, hear what you're saying a bit better? I don't know, dude. I'll keep an eye on it. But as I'm talking to you now, my mic is going into the yellow, nearly into the red. So my mic is actually really loud. I'm looking at the OBS monitor. It shows you a bar, and it's nearly going into the red when I talk. So I don't think my mic is actually... Sometimes dealing with a Z is loud. Well, I think that's already in, Alan. I think the amount of aliens is affected by how many players, but maybe I was a bit unlucky in that when we got there was a player already waiting, and we killed... Muller traded with them, and then... So there was 3 players in the area. When I went down, it was just me, so maybe there was slightly more than normal. I don't know, but... thank you for motivating me on the hike. Oh, that was my favourite day of any of the trips so far. That was so cool. It was such a cool thing to see the real Chernerus and be walking into Mogilevka and looking at being on the top of Skyrim Mountain, looking over where Electro and Cherno would be and whatnot. That was really fucking cool. Having played the game since 2014 and know Chernerus better than I know anywhere in the real world, you know, that was brilliant. King, thank you very much for the 5 months. Cheers for the support. Thank you. Grouchy, thank you as well. Mic is 10 times louder than the game audio. Well, it definitely is right now, but that's the problem. The game audio is so varied, you know. Sometimes it can be louder than others, you know, but there's not much I can do about that. That's just the way the game audio is, you know. It's kind of like that. It's loud in places and quiet in places. Oh, fuck this up, haven't I? How accurate is it compared to the game map? The actual landscape is the same, Joe. Pretty much the same. If you look at my Insta, you can see... There's a video of me walking down from the sniper hill, and you can see Novi to the right and Starry to the left. It's the same. You can, when I was at Zub Castle, you can look across and you can see where Green Mountain is. Could you know, Tom, I could certainly tell where the castle was from the road going into Mogilevka. Obviously, it's not called Mogilevka in the real world, but I knew where the castle was. I am going to play the new experimental tomorrow, Wyatt. The only thing that might make me struggle a bit is when it launches, because England are playing tomorrow at 5 PM, so my stream tomorrow is probably going to start about 11 AM. I'm going to do 11 till 4:30, roughly, because I'm not missing the England game, right? I'm going to watch that. So it kicks off at 5 PM tomorrow, so I've got to sort of manage the stream around that. So it might be that I start at 11, but the Road to Badlands patch doesn't drop till 2 or something, you know. Nultal, thank you very much for the support. King Keith, thank you as well. Cheers for the support all. Thank you. I know you're going to give the diplomatic answer, but there is a percentage of you that can't wait for the USA to lose because of that guy on Twitter, right? Not really, Clates. I actually want the USA to keep going in the tournament. I think it'll be fun. Obviously, I hopefully, if the games aren't at 2 AM like the next one, I'll watch them with Miss Portland as well, you know? Like, I'd like the USA to keep going. I don't know what his deal is, that guy on Twitter. He's, like, insane. Like, he seems to think that every team in the World Cup can win it because they're in it. Like, whereas having watched every World Cup since 1986, my belief is based on experience of watching World Cups, and that the smaller teams can't win it, and that's the way it is, you know. Like, it's not about probability, it's about an opinion on what's likely to happen, you know. It's just an utterly pointless debate, that, on Twitter. It's like, they're in the tournament, it's possible that they could win it, but it's like saying if you buy a lottery ticket, it's possible you'll win it, but you won't, will you? But you could. You know, like something having a probability that's very small, and someone's personal opinion being that won't happen is not something you need to disagree about, is it? It's just like an opinion, man. I don't know why. No idea. We won't be able to play Badlands tomorrow. It's called Road to Badlands, so we might be able to find the new Scar H and maybe some of the other new guns. So tomorrow's patch, there'll be full patch notes tomorrow, so we'll know for sure then, but it's going to have a lot of bug fixes in it. New convoy tech, including some of the new guns that are going to be in the convoys and Badlands. So the patch tomorrow is experimental for what they're calling 129.5, the Road to Badlands, right? So it's an experimental patch to fix a lot of the issues with the game, hopefully, and bring in some of the stuff that's going to be on Badlands. King, well, thanks for coming in, dude. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming in, dude. You were watching World Cup since before you were born. I know, Microwave. I know I'm 37. Sorry, not 37. I know I'm 38. God, I nearly got my own age wrong. Who would have thought that would be possible? I'm 38 and clearly was born in 1987, which is why I was getting confused about the 7 right there, you know. I was born in 1987, but I remember watching the 1986 World Cup almost like I was 9 years old somehow. Hi from Montreal. Hi, Vandro. Hope you're good. Right, well, I don't think we're getting any more of a plus symbol than that. I haven't actually... Oh, we're near the volcano. Okay, so we're in one of the big towns. I didn't really pay any attention to where I was, to be honest. Yeah, I was trying to decide what map to play today. I wasn't really sure what to do. I certainly wanted a break from Banov after yesterday. I ain't gonna lie. I've already said what I think about it. I just like, if you can't kill one of those aliens with an M16 and 240 round mags and your gun jams, but I don't see the point. It's just not meant for me. I'll probably will have another try, but when I play Banov next, I don't think I'm going to focus on the quest. I'm just going to play and explore and try and get kills and stuff. You know, I don't think I can be fucked with that quest. I'm sure there are ways to do it. But to me, it feels like the way to complete that quest is very similar to how you have to kill the dinosaurs. Certainly when I last played on one of the dinosaur maps, you know. You can't kill them very easily because they're dinosaurs, so the only way you kill them is to cheese them. You know, you have to be in a hunting stand or in a house shooting out the window or whatever. I have no desire for that. That's why I don't play the dinosaur maps. It's not my thing. I don't get it. I don't get it. I just don't. Do I have another account on Insta called TheRunningManZ? No, that's someone copying me, Captain. I think it's situation as well, the same as UFC. Tapuro lost to whoever that is. Complex. Well, you can get an upset. Paraguay beating Germany yesterday was a massive upset, right? That happens. That happens in a lot of World Cups, you know. Morocco got to the semi-final last time. Turkey got to the semi-final in 2002. They were upsets. If Morocco made it to the semi-final this time, it would be less of an upset because they're actually good. You know, they are good. They're not a surprise anymore. It's kind of almost expected. But Paraguay won't win the World Cup. You know, they had their upset last night. That was amazing. It was an amazing result. But they can't beat the odds against Germany, and then in the next game beat the odds against France, and then in the next game beat the odds. There's only so many times David can beat Goliath, right? Like, if you're upsetting the odds, sooner or later the odds are going to catch you and bite you on the ass. So Paraguay will probably get beat in the next round quite easily by France. You know, I'd love Paraguay to beat France. I'd fucking love it, because France are favourites for the tournament, but it's very unlikely, you know. But there will be upsets. But there won't be an upset by the time it gets to the tournament winner. There'll be one of the teams that is expected to win it will win it, like every other World Cup. That's what'll happen, unfortunately, in my opinion. Right, so we know we can go up that way. I think we're going to go down here. There's a police station down here somewhere. We might as well go and have a look at. Well, penalties is a lottery, Tomty. Yeah, penalties is a lottery, but usually Germany win the penalty shootouts. It's the first time they've ever lost at a World Cup in penalties, you know. But yeah, the penalty shootouts are a complete lottery. Let's check the medical as well, shall we? So, just coming back to the survival on Namalsk and Sakhal, one of the reasons it feels like Sakhal is more playable in the winter, it's what I just fancied a change today, and I was toying with Namalsk or Sakhal, and I picked Sakhal because of it. Like when you sit at a fire, the plus symbol lasts for a while, so you can actually play the game. Whereas when you sit at a fire at Namalsk, it feels like you travel a few paces and then you're done. You have to then either carry around torches or sit at another fire, and I just can't be bothered. Crystal Palace weren't underdogs for the Conference League, Joe. The Crystal Palace were one of the favourites for the Conference League. But you do get upsets. You do get upsets in cup competitions, but you don't get upsets in World Cups. There will probably be one day, I guess. You know, I guess there probably will be. But there's never been an upset in a World Cup yet. There's always been, like, pretty much always, there's two teams in the final that are one of the teams you'd expect to be in the final, you know. There's only been won by 8 teams, ever. Fuck me dead. I went out for a nice long walk today, and I've got really, where I'm walking a lot, I've got like really tanned forearms, and my upper arms are like Casper the Friendly Ghost arms, right? So when there's nobody around and I'm in the countryside, I've been pulling up my sleeves over my shoulder just so that I can try and get a bit of a tan on the upper part of my arm, so I don't have such a like crazy, like, I don't know, trucker's tan line or something, you know. Like, I've been doing that. I did it today. I was only like out in the middle of nowhere for about 3 minutes ish. I pulled both of my arms up, and I've been bitten by insects on both fucking shoulders. On both shoulders. I like, it's like maybe the white of my arms was like a portal to, like, it was like fucking, I don't know, like a light to a moth or something. Like bees to a honeypot or flies around shit or whatever. You know, you get the analogy, but you see my point, right? Like, I only had my shoulders on show for 3 minutes. I've been bitten on both shoulders. On top of that, I saw the insect that was biting my right shoulder. I'm pretty certain it was a horsefly. It was a fucking massive old bastard. When I get bit by horseflies, 50-50, I end up having to have antibiotics, so I'm fucking hoping to fuck that I don't have to have those. They always cause me grief if I get bit by a horsefly. Yeah, it's a farmer's tan, Chris. Yeah, I've got the farmer's tan, yeah. So I've been trying to roll up my sleeves. I have got a tiny bit more of a tan on my upper arms, but the thing that I'm too stupid to realise is my forearms are tanning more, while my upper arms are tanning a little as well, you know. So, oh, there's a dude. He's going to be friendly, right? What have you seen me? Oh, fuck me. Hello. Oh! Well, you God, you're slow. Holy shit! I thought I was slow.
Sorry, I think you will do it.
Okay, I'm running away now. God Almighty! He fired like after I was about 6 minutes away from the window. Fuck me dead. He's got a fucking stab vest as well, the lucky bastard. He did apologise, yeah, but I'm still running away. I ain't sticking around so he can have another dig. There's a lot of Zeds, and some of them wearing good vests, so we're going to get us a vest. That's what we're going to do. Oh god, I'm going to aggro more than I want here, aren't I? Just you. Give me the prisoner. Yeah, come on. Take antihistamines for horsefly bites. Paul save taking antibiotics. Doesn't work, Moon Maniac. Doesn't work for me, dude. I take antihistamines every day because of my summer allergies, my hay fever. So I take antihistamines because of that. It doesn't stop me getting the issues. So yeah, no bueno, dude. Basically, the conversation goes like this. I go to the doctors. I say, I've been bitten by a horsefly. It's turning purple and it's growing every day. I'm like, usually I have to have antibiotics. And then the doctor goes, are you taking antihistamines? And I go, yeah, because I get a hay fever. And then they just give me antibiotics, and that's what happens. And then it just gradually goes down. You take methamphetamines. Well, that's one way to go, I guess, yeah. I wouldn't recommend it. Yeah, but take the pain away, though. God, it's itching like fuck. I put some Savlon, like, insect cream on it, or whatever it is, I don't know, but I put some cream on it. It's not really doing anything. We don't have any malaria or anything in here, 7275. It's all good. Persistent itches are the worst. Well, I'd see your persistent itch and I'd raise your epididymitis. Epididymitis is definitely worse than a persistent itch. Cottage cheese is good for a horsefly bite. I'd rather chop me cock off. The worst itch is a fresh tattoo healing. Oh, don't tell me that. I'm going to get a tattoo in November. I reckon I'm going to be one of those that gets half a tattoo and then cries foul because it hurts too much. It's too much of an owie. I'll just have half a poker chip. I don't need my logo on it anymore. I've changed my mind. Where are you getting that tattoo? Joystick Joey. You still watch horse races? Not really. Occasionally I see highlights of whatever won the derby on my phone or something, but I don't gamble because I used to be an addicted gambler. I think the horse is called Ben something Cellini. It popped up on my phone that it won at the Curragh at the weekend, so I watched that. You know, I know a little bit about horse racing because I find the sport really interesting. I just don't gamble anymore. So occasionally I'll see highlights of a race after the fact. Like, I watched the Derby after the fact, and I know they had a rerun of the Derby at the weekend, and Christmas Day came second to the horse that got called and that was the same shotgun guy. So yeah, I keep an eye on stuff, but not, and I don't make a habit of watching it live anymore. I'm not really that bothered, but seeing it afterwards. So that's the guy that said sorry. Where is Paul looking to head now? The Peninsula Complex. Dude, I'm only in a spawn town. I'm a long way from heading to anywhere like the Peninsula. Is it too late to say sorry? My Limits, thank you for the prime. So Nothing Have, thank you as well. I'm uncom for a long time, aren't I? I wonder if he shot me again. My Limits, thank you. All right, well let's try again, I guess. That's the one thing that's a pain in the ass when you die on Sakhal. You've then got to rinse, repeat all of the effort that you've just put in. You know, the fire, the getting your initial food, and so on. You have to do that again, but it is what it is. Okay, I know where we are. Might as well go to the town, I think. In fact, I think there's a spring up here. We might as well have a drink first. Horse betting looks so hard to predict. Well, it is. It is, Red Frosty. There's so many variables. Like, the horse that won at the weekend, it's clearly the best 3-year-old of this generation in the UK and Ireland. But it lost in the Derby because it got its foot... It lifted its hoof up and got it stuck. Horses are animals, right? They're unpredictable. So the best horse in the Derby, which is the hardest and the best 3-year-old race really there is in the UK... And it didn't finish the race, really, because it got kind of caught up in the stalls, you know? Like... It's one of those things. It's really like anything like that would be unsurprising. You know, any predictions versus England versus Congo? I think it'll be similar to the Panama game. I think it'll be really tight. Congo will defend with their lives. Sooner or later, England will likely score from a free kick or a corner, and then it will become more open, and maybe they'll score more, maybe they won't. But I think England will win. But I think it'll be a tight game. Ben Shaw, it's kind of fun, but I haven't got the patience to just stay around waiting for players, so I like to keep moving, you know. But I agree, staying around the middle of the map with the Tundra is not a bad way to play Sakhal at all. Yeah, the Netherlands is insane that they went out yesterday. I think England will probably beat Congo, but I'm not assuming anything. There's no guarantees. Right, there's somebody there. Sakhal's turning me into a stone cold killer, so it's time to go stone cold killing.
Happy 41 months.
I bet the door's open. It looks like there's nobody in there. Yeah, he's already left. Well, I might as well use the fire while we can, mightn't I? Somebody else will come and kill me, probably. Endgame stuff is shipwreck. Yeah, but it's boring to keep doing the shipwreck, Sir Jason. Once you've done it once or twice, it's repetitive and dull, you know. It's not even worth it because it's so hard to get bullets for the DMR or the M4 that you find if you're getting one of the container keys. You go and get a M4 and then you've got to really scrounge for bullets, and you can only really get them reliably at the shipwreck or at other containers, and it's just pointless when you can go to the bunker and get an AKM drum mag and infinity bullets, and what's the point, you know? What would you guess? I'll answer the first bit of your question, Jason. The other bit's a bit political, so I don't really want to get into that. But the average age of my audience, the two biggest age brackets on YouTube is 25 to 34 and 35 to 44. So my audience is predominantly male and predominantly in their mid-20s, mid-30s and mid-40s. That's my most common age group. Anything to do with politics we don't normally do, you know, it's kind of dull. Well, that's the problem with Sakhal, Biddy. Exactly that. You get to the peninsula, and then what's the point? You know, like you've done the bunker. So what? Now you turn around and run back to the map and kill new spawns. You know. Cheers, Michelle. Hope it goes okay. The container quest is fun a couple of times, but it's not worth it once you've done it. You've done it. You know, like most of the quests like that, even like stuff like the mouse and getting the suit and going to Lantia, it's amazing, but you don't need to do it every week. Once you've achieved that quest, it's not really something you need to replay, which is just as well DayZ doesn't rely on quests, you know, because it's more about the adventure that you're on and the randomness, you know, trying to repeat the same quest every day. You know, if Churnerus relied on a quest to make it have an end game, how the fuck would we be playing it now after 12 years, you know? You wouldn't be like, oh, and wake up every day and try and do the Churnerus quest. It'd be shit, wouldn't it, you know? There's no release date for Badlands, Joe. Ohio, thank you for the 29. Rascal, thank you. Biddy, thank you very much. My Limits, thank you as well. I think again there, I think I'd already caught you, but thank you very much. Right, I guess we've got the plus. It's nice to get a free plus. It does mean that this has been looted though, so... Oh, fuck me. I'm going to go this way. Hello? Isaac Klon, you're right, dude. You can't be late. Have you seen the Peacock Black Hole? Black Hole, I have not seen the Peacock Black Hole. I've never even heard of it. Peacock Black Hole.
Back from the Arctic for summer rock and we're running.
I've never heard of Peacock before. It's an interesting design. Central Tourbillon watch. 4,000. I'd steer clear if I were you. That seems a lot of money. And it's an interesting movement. It looks a bit like a... it looks a bit like an Ulysses Nardan without the price bracket or the heritage, you know, but I'd be a bit wary of that if I were you. Don't buy one, would be my advice. It does look cool though, I think it looks cool, but don't buy one of those because you're going to be fucked in a few years when you need to service it, I think. It's a Chinese firm. It certainly looks good. It does look nice, it does. It has got... Oh, fuck me. It's got Ulysses Nardan vibes, a little bit like the Freak in a way, but I just think you might come on stock if you were expecting that to last a lifetime, you know, and maybe service it once every 6 years or something. I really fancy Ecuador to beat Mexico. I think Ecuador are massively under... People, I personally think people are overweighting Mexico's home record in the World Cup when it matters against a team that's maybe on paper a little bit better than them, you know. And maybe I'm wrong, you know, but I think Ecuador are more than capable of playing in Mexico at altitude. I don't think it'll affect them too much. I think it'd be interesting, but I quite fancy Ecuador. Well, Garrett, I think that's harsh. I did call Morocco as the result for the Netherlands, but that's not what I hoped would happen. It's just what I thought would happen because Morocco looked really good. I won't buy it, just like the design. Yeah, I can see that, dude. I can see that. It does look kind of funky. Hi, AB Stitch. Hope you're good. Welder Andrew, thank you for the 44. Back from the Arctic for summer, and we're running. You're back from the Arctic for summer, and I'm running in something that's a bit more Arctic-like, I guess. I'm also going everywhere, and there's already a fire, so we ain't doing very well finding somewhere to loot, are we? I could go up there. There's a little milli base up there. Oh, fuck it. Let's go up there. Let's go to... I'm going to go somewhere stupid and just get into the middle of the map. I've got a can of drink. I'll probably get killed by wolves. What could go wrong? Jim Bob, how often do you need to service a Rolex if you don't wear it often? I think whether you wear it often or not, it's going to be kind of the same, and that's just when it stops keeping time. Really, is the best way. Rolex servicing on a regular watch with a time and a date is about £600 if you get it done by Rolex themselves. But they are pretty bomb-proof, so they quite often don't need doing for a good 10 years, depending on the watch and how. If it's really old, if it's vintage, it might need doing a little more often. But I personally wouldn't get a watch serviced until it stopped keeping time, you know. However, if you don't wear it often, there's a theory that, a bit like driving a car, if you're not driving it often, then you're not using it so much. But it's resting. Like a watch has got lots and lots of moving parts, and there's little tiny bits of oil and stuff in that, like watchmaking oil, if you like. I don't know the vernacular very well. But when you don't wear a watch for 6 months, it all settles, and it actually is better to wear it. Even if you're wearing it once every 3 weeks or something, that's better for it than wearing it twice a year, you know. I want to watch a 10p machine in Blackpool the other day. I'll let you have it for £50. Do you know what, Joe? I'm seriously tempted. Hi, Mount Rick. Hope you're good. I want to buy my son a nice starter watch for graduation 18th birthday here next year in like the 1.5 to 2k range. Any suggestions? You probably don't want to buy him a secondary watch, but I personally would think about a secondary Tudor Black Bay 58 maybe, but you know your son and what his tastes are. But a Tudor Black Bay 58 on the secondary would be amazing, I would guess, you know, but you won't get a Grand Seiko for 1.5 to 2k. I think something like a Tudor that's good waterproof with a good bracelet would be nice. There's all sorts of other watches to look at, and probably if it's a present, you're not going to want to buy one on the secondary market. You're going to want to buy new, which writes the Tudor off. There's loads of other cool stuff around though, like Longines are really good. If he's going to work in an office, you might want something with a strap. Longines are good. What do you do if a bird shits on your car? I normally just get the hose and like shush it off. Oh, Dems, dude, thanks for the YouTube raid. Hope you're good. What kind of car do I have? I have an iX3, the new shape one that just came out like last month or two. Cheers for the raid, Dems. Hope you're good, man. Grand Seiko are great. They are great. I do think Grand Seiko are they are amazing for the money, but I feel a bit like they're a touch soulless sometimes. Some of them are really nice. I own a Grand Seiko and I really like it. I really like it. But some of them are a bit soulless. They've got an amazing dial. They feel a bit superficial somehow, and I know this is harsh because they're a brilliant brand, but they've got amazing design. They're finished better than most other watches at the same price point. They look great. They're really nicely finished, but they feel a little soulless somehow, you know. Like, and also the bracelets by and large aren't as good, you know. Like, they've improved them a bit. They've got a micro fit clasp now, you know, like a adjustable clasp on some of the newer ones, but the bracelets don't fit so well and they don't wear as well compared to some other brands that are even a bit cheaper, like Amiga or something. I don't want to use the knife. I don't want to ruin it. Watch market is collapsing. It's really not crypto. That's nonsense. It's settled down since like COVID and the 2022 hype, but it's not collapsing. That's nonsense. Like there's models that have been gradually ticking up for the last 18 months, all sorts of different ones, but it's just settled back to where it should be. It's not collapsing in the slightest. A lot of YouTubers like to say it, and then they make a video and they say that the price has gone down 1% in the last 6 months or something. It's nonsense. Right, everywhere we go, it's all being looted. I guess there's no surprise there. I'm going to try and go to the prison, I think. Oh, that's a nice find. Jim Vickery, thank you for the follow. Paraguay don't have a chance of winning the World Cup, in my opinion, not really over it, but it was great to see them upset the odds yesterday. I think they were lucky with that disallowed goal. It was an absolute criminal
Why does a duck have tail feathers?
decision.
To cover its butt quack.
There's no way that should have been disallowed. It was fucking ridiculous, but it was really cool to see them win against the odds, but they got lucky with that decision. No way that should have been a disallowed goal. If I was an England fan, I'd be annoyed about how England played. If I was a German fan, or if England had gone out like that, whatever way you say it. If I was a fan of Germany, having gone out like that, I'd be annoyed at the manager, I'd be annoyed at the way they played, but I'd be absolutely distraught at that decision. It was a fucking joke. Duffster, he didn't set up right on the goalie. He was challenging with another defender, and the defender kind of almost nudged him towards the goalie. He wasn't attacking the goalie. He wasn't tackling the goalie. His momentum from another defender kind of pushed him that way. It was just something that happens in the box all the time. It was soft as shit to give that as a foul. Alright, this is kind of annoying. I think I'm going to have to make a fire in these trees. Steely-eyed. Why does duck have tail feather to cover its butt quack? Oh my god. Well, good to know. Thank you. Right, here will do. What's Muller doing in Norway? His girlfriend Amanda lives in Norway, Welder. I think he's planning on moving there. He's kind of waiting on... We was talking about it yesterday on stream. He's waiting on the all clear for a visa. England aren't winning the World Cup. They have the players, but it's a mental block. Mentality and media pressure will kill England's chances. I don't think media pressure will kill England's chances. Maybe mentality might, but I've not seen anything about their mentality so far that seems bad. They seem to be doing and saying the right things. I don't entirely agree, but they're not favourites to win it. They probably won't, but I don't agree with your take. I don't think the media makes any difference. I know that's been said a lot, but there ain't no way the German media aren't all over the German players. They all the medias of all the countries get the same, you know, like the attention on all the players is the same, you know, like Japan were absolutely distraught when they got knocked out, you know. I'm sure their media's a bit politer, but there's no way the German media or the Spanish media or the French media aren't going to absolutely like have a real go at the players if they lose. Yeah, that's a cool bike ride. Yeah, Tomty, yeah, they'll have to tidy their own stadiums. Appreciate the feedback, we'll see. Well, but on the odds, Rick, it's far more likely England won't win the World Cup than they will, so you're probably going to be right, but I just don't agree with your reasons is all, you know. England are not the best team in the tournament. There's a chance they'll win it, but there's not as good a chance as France will win it or Spain will win it, you know, for a start. I think it does fall off when you run through them a bit, Pablos, doesn't it? Hi Funky, how you doing? But yeah, sorry guys, this is dull, but coming back to watch prices collapsing, they're just about where they were in 2018-19 again. They've not collapsed, they've gone back to where they should be, you know, like if people are talking about Rolexes, the only ones that sell above retail are pretty much the Daytonas and the Pepsi and one or two others, you know, like most of them sell about what they cost in the shops now, you know, which is how it was before, you know. You used to be able to go into a dealership in 2017-18 and buy a Milgauss or a Datejust and they'd just be there, you know, like one or two of the rarer ones wouldn't, but most of the others would be. It's just going back to about there. It's not collapsed, it's just going back to where it should be. I'd take 10 Seikos for your Amigas or your Rolexes. Well, your choice, Shiraz. Personally, I would rather have one than 10 of those. I like Seiko a lot, but I'd rather have one that I could wear every day and wear it to like weddings and wear it to events, wear it on holidays and have it with me and be my one watch. And then I've owned it for 20 years and then like maybe I could sell it and it likely would sell for slightly more than I paid for it after that amount of time, rather than having 10 Seikos that when they need servicing I throw them away because the service costs more than the watch did. Like after 20 years of owning 10 Seikos you've probably got nothing, whereas after 20 years of owning an Amiga or a Rolex you've got a watch that's worth what you paid for it, you know. That seems a better value to me. Well, yeah, if you bought a Rolex in 2020 you'd probably say it collapsed, only if you were stupid, Crypto. And by the way, no, it was slightly after 2020 when the market reached its peak. It was like 21ish, early 22. But if you bought a Rolex on the second-hand market for crazy over retail at the height of the market, it's your own stupid fault because you have to be dumb, you know. If you're buying a steel Pepsi for 23, 24 grand when they were £9,000 or so in the shop, you're a fucking idiot, you know. Like, and and it's the same for lots of things, you know. Like lots of things were crazy. Like cars were selling above retail when they were a year old around that time, you know. It was just a weird time. Everyone had been given money by the government because they were on lockdown and people were stuck at home spending more money than they had, you know. Like everything went up crazily around then, you know, and it's all settled down again, you know. Obviously the cost of living has gone up crazily, so it's stupidly expensive to buy shit, you know, like the cost of food and petrol and such, but luxury items, they all did it, you know. It's not just watches, it's everything. And they're just kind of back to where they were, you know. So it hasn't collapsed, it's settled down to where it should be. Top 10 teams with chances of winning the World Cup, updated 47 minutes ago. France 25%, Argentina 18%, England 11%, Spain 11%. I think Spain have a much higher chance than 11. Maybe they're just going on the draw. Brazil 8%, Portugal 7%, Morocco 4%, Colombia 3%, USA 3%, Norway 2%. I quite like the look of Morocco and Norway at 4% and 2%. They look okay. You've never seen anyone below 30 with a watch? You should look a little, a Daydream. I see it all the time. I see some kids wearing like regular watches, as in like 17, 18-year-olds quite often around here. Alright, there we go. That's that. I think I've got to go this way, haven't I? I wasn't really paying attention. Brazil is underrated. They kind of got a bit squeaky yesterday against Japan. I think, well, like I've said from the start of the tournament, I think Brazil are slightly undervalued for their chance of winning it. That I think I'd be worried if I'd be really glad if England make it to the quarterfinals. But England against Brazil scares me. In America, I think Brazil have a good chance there. You know, like I hope England can get through if they make it there, but it's not guaranteed. And once it's Brazil-Argentina in the semi-final, if that's the way it pans out, I think that's a coin flip. Argentina may be a better, but it's a coin flip, you know. Steel-Eyed, thank you again. And Welder, thank you. Canada at 0% is a bit harsh. I don't think it is. Me, I shouldn't be doing that. I'm scratching where I got bit on my eyes. So itchy. Well, that's going to suck, isn't it? Wolves is going to suck. At least I'm somewhere where I could potentially get a gun. Or trap them in if I need to as well. Spain is going to face France at the end of the World Cup. They're going to face them a lot earlier than that, Captain Levi. I think they meet each other in the quarterfinals, don't they? They've got much harder draws. I think Spain, Spain get through next game, they play Portugal, or the team that beats Portugal, and then after that, I think it's France in the quarterfinals. They've got really tricky route, from what I remember. I think Portugal have got a tricky team, haven't they? I forget who they're playing, but it's not easy. Oh, I ain't going to block that. Oh, shit. Wonder what killed him. Oh, fuck off. Yeah, Portugal versus Croatia. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I've got a sneaky feeling that Croatia might beat Portugal. Portugal are good though, but. Right, if there's a mag in that, that's something I can potentially use to start killing wolves. There's no mag, but there is a bullet. I think one 9mm bullet is going to be enough. Did they give you any DayZ 2 snippets while there? No, all they did was share with us that it was being made with that image, dude. There's nothing else. The other thing, of course, we did get to talk to the project lead of DayZ 2, whose name is David, but he wasn't giving much away. You know, they didn't tell us anything. They told us that they were taking it very, very seriously, and that they wanted to do more than just incrementally improve the game. They wanted to really make it better in as many ways as possible. So it seems like they've got fairly lofty goals, but they wouldn't go into any details. I also hate it when people wear a watch on one wrist and a smartwatch on the other. I kind of agree. I can kind of see why some people do. You can get like things that track your heart rate and whatnot on a little ring or a little band or whatever, you know. But I can see why some people do. Some people have like a watch they always wear because it's got sentimental value. Maybe their missus bought it for them when they got married or something, you know. I can see why people do. I don't think it's that big of a deal personally, but... They said it was very, very early, Briff. They didn't go into any details beyond that. They just said it's very, very early. I've only actually seen one wolf. Yeah, I did meet Taupe, Ellis. Yeah, I met Taupe. Taupe's a good dude. I didn't see him as much as I would like because Taupe got there on the... Like, he first showed up on the Tuesday evening quite late. And I had to go home on the Wednesday evening, so I wasn't there very long. This has been shot by a player. So I only saw him briefly this time, but he was at the first DayZ Unite event as well 3 years ago. Well, it was the third one ago. It was just over 2 years ago to be more precise, but he was at that. It seems to be running really smooth, I have to say. It's almost like I'm on a brand new PC with beast specs, isn't it? I need that. We'll take the SSG though. Have I got bullets for that? No. I might just hold fire. I'll probably find another SSG. Where did I got my PC from? A very good question. Strangely enough, I got it from my sponsor, PC Specialist, !PC, to check out what they do. Did I meet anyone new? Yeah, I met for the first time in person Lottie, which was very cool. Katiak was there as well. There were some armor creators there that I'd never met. JLK was there. There's other people that were there that had never been before, and I'm struggling to remember everybody because there's such a big group, but someone will remind me. Lexi, I'd met Lexi before, so Lexi was there last year as well. Do I like books? I used to read quite a bit. I'm not really much into it nowadays. Hi Donny. I only missed three streams effectively. Like I streamed on the Sunday and the Friday, so I think I did pretty well to only miss 3 streams, to be honest. But yeah, I'm glad to be back. No, it wasn't, like I say, Shotgun. He went to the one 2 years ago. So he went to the first one and he couldn't attend the last one, but he went to the first one and the third one. Oh, nice. That's very good. I don't come here very much. Maybe I should come here a bit more often. I've still got the gamma on like a fucking idiot. There we go. Oh, Damien, I hope you can get that under control, Exmo. I've never had it, luckily, but it's not a nice thing to have. It's very, very sore. My cousin had it when she was younger a lot, and it was really sore. Have you ever handled a Christopher Ward watch? Yes, I've got a field watch. I forget the name of it. I bought it when it was in the sale for not much money. They're nice enough. I think they're pretty decent value for the money. I personally probably would stick to one that they do that would go on a leather strap and not do the bracelets from what I've seen personally, but they look good. Zava is definitely based off of Zlatan, yeah. It's clearly meant to be Zlatan, yeah. I thought I was reading them. I hadn't seen, but I've seen that one. Thanks anyway, Steely Eyed. Cheers, dude. So I'm not too worried that I'm ruining these gloves. I've got a spare pair, so I'm just going to punch the Zeds. I'm not wanting to use the knife if I can avoid it, because the knife's only got a handful of uses before it's fucked. Never seem to find anything on the ground floor of this. So if there's any loot, it's always on the upper floor. I think it'd be good for your brand if you spoke about yourself in third person. What, like Zava? Like Zlatan? Yeah. I'm not sure it would be good for my brand personally. Jim Vickery, cheers for the follow. Keep reading out the same things, don't I? Pro. Oh, nice. Oh, okay. Game clearly wants me to have a CR 75 today. A bright white lion that gets bit by horseflies, yeah. I did get murdered by Taupe here, I think. I killed one and then got killed by Taupe on my first ever play, yeah. Hi Snarks, you're right, dude. I always check them, they never have loot.
I think you should talk in third person during sexy time.
Oh, she would love that, I'm sure, yeah. Mm. How do you know I don't already? Hi Mad Manak, hope you're good. I think it would be funny to talk in sexy time like you're some kind of Werner Herzog narrator. That would be amazing. I wish I could do a Werner Herzog voice. That would be so cool. But imagine if you narrated your own porn whilst you were in it. You know, that'd be funny. What streamer got the first kill in Badlands? They didn't give us any stats. I think Taupe got 4 kills. I don't know if he died or not. I think he died a few times. I got 2 kills, but I didn't die. Muting now. G-Shock's a good Rambo. I like G-Shocks. I'm not keen on Mr. G personally. I think if you're going to buy a G-Shock, get one that's like 150, 200 bucks. That's where they're best, you know. Like I think buying fancy G-Shocks, like luxury G-Shocks, is a bit of a weird thing, you know, get the tool one, because that's what it is. Yeah, I don't think there'll be a Sakhal rework, Rick. I think the problems are quite wide for Sakhal personally, and I think rework is one thing, but they just need to extend the map. It needs to be bigger. It needs more after the Peninsula, I think, personally. But I'd love to see more work happening on Sakhal, but clearly everybody they've got is working on Badlands, and it's not going to happen. Well, YK Chungus, enjoy the day, dude. Now I've got to reject all those fucking bullets. Oh no, I didn't put them in, that's good, I'm glad. I'm on the ball for once. I don't think I can take one of those without any shells. Oh, okay, now I can take one of those. It's almost like I talked him in. I'd rather have the sausage with 20 bullets than a BK with 3. They're similar damage, and obviously you've got the scope, so... Did they say if Badlands was the last DLC before DayZ? They didn't say either way,
Video games are
Biddy.
fleeting illusions of control, flickering against the vast indifference of existence. Werner Herzog, but not really.
I like that. I like that. Very beautiful. Thank you. Cheers, Hunter, Fish Nasty, swear words, thank you as well. They didn't, but if I'm being honest, I got the impression that DayZ's got a number of years left just from the way it was being said. I wouldn't be surprised, this is a guess, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's something else, but that they didn't give us any info. Are people sweetening to this map? No. This map is not the best, but I tend to play it every now and then because it's kind of fun for a change. It's not a brilliantly popular map, dude, no. Adult narration stuffs aside, I think running into Sakhal and surviving is a lot of fun. I understand more summer camps, etc. haven't been added. Yeah, I think it's fun for a day. It's fun for a session. It's fun for 3 to 5 hours. I would assume it would be the last. I'm not convinced. I think until we know more about when DayZ 2's coming out, I think it will be about 2029, maybe even 2030. There's plenty of space in there for them to do something else if they wanted to, isn't there? You know, they could have another DLC map in 2027 or 2028 quite easily. You know, like I'm not saying they will, but there is space. They could do, couldn't they? But who the fuck knows? Did I miss a knife? Oh, you're saying I should use the knife for melee? Dude, my knife is nearly fucked. So, no. It's badly damaged. I might be able to make one more fire with it. I don't want the slugs. Oh, a knife in the room. Which room? Yeah, I do need a knife if there was one. Oh, I didn't even see it. It's someone else's badly damaged steak knife. It's still worth having, though. Yeah, good spot. Cheers, Shilia. Thank you very much for the follow. Feel like they should have finished polishing Sakhal before moving on to another map. Well, I can see why you feel that. I think they probably feel that Sakhal, like, as far as they can take it without significant reworking, and I suppose they just stopped shit. But I think Sakhal has issues. It was always meant to be a smaller map, though, you know. I think turning it into a bigger map is, yeah, I don't know. But yeah, it's not been... The devs are I know for a fact the devs are very happy with the sales of Sakhal, but I know that they are aware that there are some issues. I think they talked about it potentially on a stream the other day. They know about the issues with the loot economy and the loot routes and the lack of endgame and stuff, you know. But Livonia is... I'd rather play Sakhal today than Livonia, you know. Livonia needs work too, but they're not going to do it, are they, you know? I find Sakhal more interesting to play most of the time than Livonia, personally, you know. What are your thoughts about the football matches yesterday, Raymond? I think it's really interesting. I think that the results were crazy. I think Paraguay beating Germany, they got lucky with the decision, but that was a crazy result nonetheless. That wasn't a disallowed goal in my view. It shouldn't have been disallowed, but I think Paraguay defending as stoutly as they did and winning that game is crazy good for the sport. It's sad for Germans, but having been on the wrong end of Germany beating us in penalty shootouts, it's nice to see them finally lose one. But I think the circumstances were a little bit harsh. I don't think they deserved to get beat in that way. They didn't play very well. They deserved it, but they didn't deserve the disallowed goal. That was kind of shit. There's no way that was a disallowed goal. Dr. Crazy, thank you very much for the support. That's really, really cool. Thank you, Dr. Crazy. Cheers for the resub. I've missed that tower, but never mind. I need to make a fire. I ain't got time for this shit. I ain't got food either, but I need to make a fire. Have I aggroed 2? Oh, fuck me. 3. It's starting to become problematic. I've got a cold as well. Fuck me, it's getting better. I don't think they're coming into this building, are they? You think there's been no decent games? I think there's been some really good games. I've enjoyed quite a lot of the games. I disagree that the games have been bad from a... I kind of see your point in as far as a lot of the teams have been like low block defence against attack, you know, which is kind of tedious. But I've seen some games I enjoyed. Don't ask me to name them right now, but I've enjoyed watching some games. I think yesterday, the Germany game, for example, it was a tactical affair, but seeing a game like that that ends up on penalties was quite exciting. Thankfully, I heard him dealing with the Zeds and I heard him close the door. He's also brought me a fire kit, which I like. No. So he didn't know I was there until I fired the shotgun. I think he was coming in here to make a fire. I needed it as well. Like, he's hurt me there with the knife, and I'm already losing health. So this is kind of nicely timed for us. He had matches. I've got matches. His matches were ruined, by the way, so I can't take those, but he did have matches, yeah. I should have lit that I should have lit this. I've been cold. I should have used the heat pack. That's a mistake, but never mind. Right. Let's use the badly damaged ones first. You have gloves. Why wear hand wrappings? Well, I was looking at the knives beforehand because my knives are so damaged. I was not wanting to ruin my knife by killing Zeds with it. I only had badly damaged steak knives, but now I've got a damaged one as well. I can probably get away with it. That's why. Refs have been very inconsistent. Yeah, I've quite liked some of the games where the refs have let things go quite a lot. I've seen some games where the refs have been letting things play and just letting the game carry on, which I've quite liked. But yeah, they have been a little inconsistent. I think that's true. Kurono, thank you for the 52. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Get his bones for knives. I could do, but I think I don't need to, dude. I'm streaming at 25,000 kilobits per second, Ploof, to YouTube, and 4K. I'm not going to do a Kuru run, no. I'm just going to make my way to the nearest town and try and find some food. Just joined and you've got a dead guy on the Barbie. Let's put another new spawn on the Barbie. Fuck me, I've eaten that food and I'm still my hunger's still going down. That piker's really done me a solid, hasn't it? Fuck me. I still haven't got the plus symbol either, what the fuck? I'm gonna have to leave soon, I can't fuck around here. Surely 3-stick fire gets me a solid plus symbol. It's still flashing. Fuck me. I know I'm sick, but that's fine. It's only a cold. I need to make sure I get the... Oh, the fire's gone out. Right, that's it. We're going to go then. I ain't got time to fuck about. We need to go and get food. Task, it was Paraguay that beat Germany. But yeah. Have you tried Magica Pate in Prague? I have not, nope. I don't really like pate, so it's not something I would normally order. I don't like it. But this recent trip, I was only there for 3 days and the meals were limited, you know. On the Tuesday, I had breakfast in the hotel, which was kind of meh. And then during the day I only had some like protein nut bars, and then in the evening we went to a pizza, like Italian place, and had a pizza. You know, that the whole day I was there, when I didn't fly in or fly out, that was the day, you know. Well, I can always fish if needs be, if I can find somewhere that's got water, but I think we'll be alright. There's a town this way. That makes sense. You're burning more energy to stay alive and warm. Well, I don't think it takes longer to get the plus symbol if you've got a cold. I'm surprised it took 3 sticks to not get the plus there, but it is what it is. I was also hoping that that little bit of food would help me maybe just tip back into yellow, but I'd been red too long, hadn't I? Didn't really do much. Task: Ecuador are playing Mexico at 2 AM tonight in the UK, so if you're in Europe it was 3 AM. But yeah, Ecuador have made it through to the next round, but they don't play until later today. Or in the night. I'd really like to watch the Mexico-Ecuador game, but I'll be fucked if I'm getting up at 2 AM. Right, we need to get to a house. The first bit of food I find, I've just got to stop and cook it. I've enjoyed the World Cup so far. I've enjoyed it so far. Yeah, it's been pretty good. I think it's been exciting. I think the games have been good. The bit I've not enjoyed is not being able to watch the games, but this is not me moaning about the times. The World Cup should be around the world, so sometimes it's going to be hard for you to watch. It is a World Cup, so it moves around the continents, and some of them are going to be in time zones that aren't suitable for you, you know. That's the way. It was the same when it was in Japan years ago, you know. So it's annoying a little bit. Like today, I'd love to watch the games, but the only one I can actually watch is France versus Sweden, which is still a good game. I'm going to watch it, but I'd like to watch the games if I can, but just no bueno, you know. I guess if you had like a regular office job or something, you could definitely watch 2 games today in the UK. There's one at 5 and one at 9 PM. No, one at 6 and one at 10, I think it is today. 6 PM and 10 PM, you know. That's not awful, but it's not easy for me, you know. But it is what it is. Thoughts on Norway this World Cup? The only game I've seen of them is when they lost to France, but they played like their second string, and I thought their second string looked pretty decent, you know. Like they've clearly got an okay squad because they dropped everyone and still looked kind of okay. They were beat, but they played all right. I think it's a tough... Norway, they're playing... I've forgotten who they're playing again. Is it the Ivory Coast? It's a tough game, that. I can't really work it out. Part of me wants to go with the Ivory Coast just because in America it seems like the African and South American countries just have a slight edge, which you would expect. You'd expect it in a way. It depends how hot it is, I guess. But if it's really, really hot where they're playing, maybe they'll edge it. The last game of the World Cup, I think, is July the 19th, or it's a Sunday. I think it's July the 19th.
TRMZ love.
Who are my official picks today? Just remind me of the games, Redline. In the France versus Sweden game, I'm definitely going for France. Ivory Coast, Norway. I'm going to go Ivory Coast. But I think it's incredibly close. I'll go Ivory Coast. And Mexico, Ecuador, I'm going Ecuador. There might have been food in that house. I didn't really pay much attention. Hi, Bloodshot. I played DayZ a bit as well. Shit. Ah! Oh no. I didn't have the stamina to hit that back. That was really close to being a problem. I didn't have the stamina to hit him back. I tried to melee and I did it too early and then I couldn't do it. Anti-Nordic slander. I don't think it's anti-Nordic slander. I think Ivory Coast and Norway are kind of very similarly matched teams. So, up your bum. Oh, no way. I cannot keep getting hit, Paul. You fucking idiot. Now I'm red. This is the problem when you... I've been a bit laissez-faire with the Zs, and it's causing me problems, you know? That was not smart. Psychedelic, it's for me, I only really get allergies in the grass pollen season, so it's usually June until mid-July when it's worse, and then it's kind of gone. So I only really get it. Depends on the season, but depends on the year, but usually from the end of May, early June until mid-July, late July, and then it's kind of gone for me. It's thankfully, I'm quite lucky, it's mostly grass pollen. You guys should put money on the game if you feel that way. Red Frosty, I'm a former gambling addict. I don't put money on anything. But it's nice to have opinions on things without having to bet. It's a lot more freeing than losing money and shit, you know. I also don't think that you need to gamble to enjoy sports and make predictions and watch them, you know. Like, I think it's a good idea to try and not do that where you can. Zagorki bar. Actually have to defrost the Zagorki bar. That fucking sucks. You're in trouble now. I think I'm alright, Mr. Shoe. I think I can sort of keep it going. I just need to find one can of food and then I'll have time. But I've got little bits. I've got half a chance. I'm going to make a fire probably in the red stilted, but I'm going to check this house and the next house and the car in the hope of finding just one other little bit of food, whatever it might be. I think we'll be alright, because I'm at a place with a lot of houses and a lot of potential to find something else. And more zombies, potentially, too. Right, let's make the fire first. Mrs. Snifters, thank you very much for the 36 months. Appreciate it. Thank you. I don't want the rubber slugs. I'd rather have those too and just know I'm going to press R and load them in. I've got to sit here waiting for it. I'm going to go and loot the next house while I wait. I've already got the plus symbol. Right, that could spawn good hunting loot, but I'm after food. P1 mag? I thought that was a Zagorki bar. Where did it go? Sport point on the CR527. Don't have a battery. Right, that's a shame. Usually where you get a load of base stuff, you don't end up getting stuff spawn in, which is exactly what happened. Please don't lie down near the fire. Too many times I've seen you die like that. Well, I don't hear footsteps so well, but hopefully I'll start hearing them a bit better now. We'll see. I didn't know I could put that there, to be honest. Well, it's not an either-or thing, Sour Sweets. Both are serious in their own ways. Very serious. So it's not like there's one or the other, is it, you know? Kind of serious this, but we're still kicking, we're still doing okay, but this isn't going to get me to yellow. It's just going to buy me a tiny bit of regen time while I'm absorbing it, and that's it. This is barely worth waiting for. How is it not defrosted yet? In fact, I'm just going to take it and move. Be nice to find a can of drink in one of these greenhouses or something. I'm going to go that way. See, that's not helped me very much at all, has it? Look at that, I'm back to yellow. A can of soda would give me more energy than that fucking, that Zagorki bar did. We're finding shit food. Sardines as well. This is just shit food. It's not going to give me enough. It's a start. Did I get bad luck with food or is it the map? Neither. Neither. I went a challenging way and I've led myself to this position. I spawned in on a coastal town and where I spawned in, it was Vostok where I spawned. There was a fire in a house and someone had been looting it, so I moved up the hill, and there was a fire in the next house and someone had been looting it. So I chose to run elsewhere, but I ran inland, going a way that was a gamble, and now I'm paying the price for the gamble. That's kind of the choices you make in the game, you know, so... I still think I can dig it out. I think we'll be okay, but it's a challenge, you know, we'll see. Fucking hell, box of 308 there. Can I give you an excuse to leave work early? You're too depressed at Steve Clark resigning. Beardy Scotsman. Steve Clark resigned. You're too distraught about it. I don't think I've got time to loot both of these houses. I think I'm going to have to get back for my can of sardines before it gets ruined. So I'm just going to loot this house, then I'm going to go back. I am yellow just briefly though, that's good. I hadn't actually noticed that. That will help me a bit because the sardines will buy me a bit more time still. Assuming they've not got ruined and disappeared out of the fire because I've been too long. Why am I so hard? I've been starving and then I was a bit blasé with zombies. I just literally explained SkyCloud about my decision making from spawn because people were there. It's one of those things. The upside is I've got much better loot. I've got a decent vest and I've got good gear. But the downside is that I'm risking dying because I've gambled so much trying to get where I'm at. I actually thought I would have potentially ruined that. Just moved from the US to the UK and just had my first sardines on toast. Did you decant the tin? Warven, thank you very much for the follow. Fishing and staying warm wins half the battle with good clothes. Yeah, I know. But also running into the prison is fun to try and gamble and get good loot and like speed things up. If I was fishing on the coast, I wouldn't have any guns, you know. It's cool to make choices and try and gamble on stuff, you know. If I get a little bit of food, we've got 308, we've got a potential scope. We could have a blaze or a tundra really early, you know, but we just got to get over the hump of the challenge of running in so quick. But it's a bit dull if you always, when you start on Sakhal, you always get the stuff to fish and then you fish and then you collect up shit on the coast and gradually like that's definitely a good way to play, but it's a bit dull to do that always, isn't it? You know, like sometimes it's fun to be like, oh, someone's here, I'll just run inland and see if I can survive the gamble, you know. I end up needing antibiotics more often than not if I get bit by a horsefly, yeah. I think I got bit by one today. What is that? Another Zagorki. We're making progress. We're making inroads. We're going to end up making a fire in pretty much every fucking house at this rate. Oh, fuck's sake. Oh, fuck me. I got it. Back to yellow health. Fucking flying we are. We're flying. Is that another PU scope? Another damaged PU scope. What condition is the other one? Badly damaged. Alright, we'll get rid of you. I did cure the cold though, which is good. I cured the cold without having any meds, just by being at the fire. Like, I cured it with my immune system, which is kind of surprising when you think about it, because I was starving most of the time. You know, the fact that I've got rid of the cold just by being at a fire is pretty good going, I think, to be honest. Right, I'm going to mooch over to the other part of the town and make a fire there. Because then I can loot a little bit while I let the Zagorki defrost. I haven't tried the quest since January-ish, Bear Grylls, January, February. No, I had one good crack at it, was ready to go to the ice sheet with all the stuff, and then I got killed, and I've not been back on it since. It's Frost now. It kicked off at 2 a.m. in the UK, so I couldn't watch it, dude. I would have liked to watch it. I did predict that Morocco would win. I mean, effectively, the game was a draw, but Morocco qualified, right? By all accounts, just reading the report, Morocco had most of the ball as well. They had most of the possession, so they were the team that were kind of in charge. But yeah, it was still a surprise result. I thought, well, it's not really a surprise result. It's what I kind of thought. But yeah, I thought the Netherlands had half a chance of going deep in the tournament. Right, so we need to make a fire in any house. This log cabin, this gun house here will do. I can hear a... Ooh, 2 Zagorkis, I like it. There's a fox over there. 3 Zagorkis. The Zagorki bars are on me! That's good news, isn't it? Very good news. I don't think there's a hill nearby me here that has a military, no. I think you might be thinking of the hill that's up near the power plant area, but we're not near that. Where's the other Zagorki? I thought I got 3. Oh, I already put it on the floor, twat. Oh shit, I let go. Twat. Sakhal's a DLC map made by the devs long. It's not a modded map, no, it's a map you can buy and play on any format. You can play it on console, play it on PC. You can't eat frozen anything. You can eat cold crisps and things. You can't eat a frozen Zagorki because it's properly frozen. So no, you can't eat that. Yeah, I can't eat it. If you pick up crisps or rice, they can be blue, but you can eat those because they're dry. But Zagorkis do freeze. I'm probably going to get the fox in a minute. I might try and get it now. I don't know. They're not really any use on this map, are they? This map is a DLC long. Like I say, it's a DLC made by the devs. No, that's what I just said to you, yeah. You have to buy Sakhal, yeah. It's kind of fun to, like, bring it back from the brink like this. It's been kind of fun. I might end up dying, but it's been fun to get this far. I haven't heard the fox for a little while, which is kind of annoying. I think I wondered if that was a player for a sec. Not bothered about 3 of those bullets. I've got fucking boxes and boxes of the fuckers. I don't need them. don't even know where he was. It looked like I fell backwards there, like I was running towards the dude, but yeah, that sucks.
My missus's friend has let all her staff go early today so they can watch the England match live. I've had to tell her the game is tomorrow. LUL.
That sucks. Well, I hope she doesn't give them the time off tomorrow, given they've took it. Well, it's one of those things, you know. We like making fires and gradually getting your health back. Yeah, but it kind of hard there because of the suppressor. I just had no clue. I thought I was running away from the shooter. I was running towards. I think I'm going to get a different spawn on this one. This is where we started the first life. I don't want to do this life. Hyperpro, thank you for the 47. Yakety, thank you. I'd be surprised if it was a silenced pistol. I was yellow health and I had a press vest and a helmet on. I don't think I'd have been one-tapped by a suppressed pistol. I don't think so. Well, I don't know what Cold Pillow did, but thanks for coming in, dude. Hope you're good. It was maybe it was a suppressed crossbow. Yeah, one of those semi-automatic suppressed crossbows. Yeah. Well, someone's been having some human being fun. Oh yeah, I remember. There's somebody, Wobo's recent video, I put a little message on there saying, pleasure to meet you or whatever. That dude at the end, I think it was something like that dude at the end looks really tall or something, I forget, something like that. Someone in the comments has gone, it's something to the tune of, how is it going, ripping people off on mug sales and cheating and also bitching at smaller YouTubers? Like that's an old callback. Someone that's still a believer in me selling $30 mugs. Holy fuck! That's fucking crazy, you know. I thought those days were behind, but they're still here. That was fucking funny. I sometimes go to the Peninsula, Rick. I don't do much else. I don't do the container quest. I've done it. It was fun when I did it, but I don't see the need to replay it. I've done that quest a few times. I'm not really too bothered about doing it anymore, you know? I enjoyed that life. It sucks that we died, but if you're having to stay around a town and make fires, you can die. But likewise, if you stay around here and fish, you can get killed while you fish or while you cook it, you know? That's the challenge with Sakhal. Sometimes while you're doing the survival bit, you get killed a bit, you know? Mike Noble, thank you. Cheers for the kind words, dude. Oh shit, I don't want to punch with that. Oh, I fish sometimes. I don't mind fishing. I just don't like to play every life the same, you know? Like, sometimes it's fun to gamble and go inland. Sometimes it's fun to take your time and fish, you know? It's nice to vary it up. I don't think it's fun, especially if you're playing the game as much as I am. It's not fun to play the game the same way and survive the same way every day. There's not one way to play, and it's fun to try them all, you know. It's fun to take the gamble and run in and make it harder in some ways and easier in others. It's fun. I do fish on Sakhal quite a lot. I just don't do it every live because that's dull, isn't it? How the fuck that even hit me? My heavy attack didn't land, but it should have done, I think. Would you consider fishing as a hobby IRL? Well, I've only done it in the last 3 or 4 years when I've been on holiday, and it always was a hobby. It's a hobby I don't have regularly the time for at the moment. So if I go down to Cornwall to stay at my cousin's holiday place with the kids, I did last August, I have some time to go fishing, and I did. And Maggie came along, and she had a bit of a go, and it was fun, you know. Like, yeah, I enjoyed it. It's not really a regular hobby though, because I don't have the time at the moment. My schedule normally, when the kids are here, I'm off Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and the 3 days off revolve mainly around the kids. The following weekend, I'm only off on the Saturday. Right? That's not me moaning. That's the way I have my schedule. I'm quite happy with that. It works pretty well. The downside to that is that my time off is mostly when the kids are here, and then the Saturday when the kids aren't here, I live in a house on my own. I've got gardening to do. I've got lawns to mow and washing to do and things to sort out and chores like everybody else to do, you know, so I tend to get doing those. Living on your own, I don't create as much mess and I don't create as much work, but it all has to be done by me. I do have a cleaner that comes once every week, or 2 cleaners for an hour. So I don't have to do a lot of the cleaning, thankfully. I'm not cleaning the toilet regularly and stuff, but I am cleaning many of the rooms and sorting the garden out and whatnot, you know. What do you use the glow stick for? Why keep it? If it's night time, it can be handy. Sometimes I drop it when I need to, but I haven't needed to drop it yet, so I haven't. If you were to go down to 4 streams a week, do you think it would impact your income? It might make your work-life balance. It would impact my income. I could afford to do it, but there's a time when it will feel right to do that, and it just doesn't feel like now, you know? Like, there's a lot going on. Like, a year ago, just over, I moved into a house. I had to do it at short notice. I took on a large mortgage, you know? Like, now is not the time to be favouring work-life balance so much. It's a time to just keep things ticking over, try to focus on bringing the mortgage down, because I ain't getting any younger, and I didn't anticipate starting on my own last year, you know. Where is this zombie? Do I have a dryer? I have a washer dryer, but I don't use it very much, dude. I can tend to air dry or use the I have like a back garden with a line, so I don't tend to use the dryer very often. It's not, I don't normally need it. I'm only washing clothes for me most of the time, you know, so I use the dryer in the winter for things like bed sheets and whatnot, but for my own clothes I was using an airer mostly. It was kind of fine. God, it sucks finding a fucking shrivelled up old pepper. What's the point? I quite like some things gardening-wise. No, like last night after the stream, I went out and watered the lawn. No, I didn't water the lawn, but I watered the troughs and a few of my sort of more recently planted plants and stuff. I quite enjoy doing things like that, and like I don't mind weeding and planting and stuff, but I find mowing the lawn a bit boring. But I don't hate it. Right, I thought I'd seen a walkway. We might as well go and get some water. I need to make a fire, really. Just going to fill up with water before I do. Should be like Redline and get a butler, yeah. Can I not drink the water, please? Come on. Get a robot lawnmower, Matt. It's just not that big. It seems like overkill to get one of those, dude. It's not. There's only 2 patches of lawn either side of a path. One of them's about 3.5 meters wide by 7 meters long, and the other one's about half of that. You know, it's only a small area. I think the water bottle's frozen, isn't it, dude? Yeah, I can't use the water bottle. It's frozen. Cheers, Hyperpro, for the resub. Yakety, thank you again. Cheers for the resub too. I know someone else who is 38. Yeah, me. Accurate too. Well, maybe at some point, Task, but it's not really a top priority right now. I don't really enjoy it, but it takes me 20 minutes to half an hour. I don't really want to buy a robot mower. There's other things I'd rather do first. I've got other priorities for now. I'd like to get some more solar panels on the roof and a battery and things. I'd like to do a few more things like that first, you know. But the main issue for any of it is time to focus on it more than anything else. Well, and the money. What the fuck is this? Come on, love. In you come. You can use the water bottle if it's frozen, or you used to be able to on Sakhal. It's not on, sorry, on the mouse Grick, but you can't anymore. You used to be able to fill up a frozen water bottle and it would defrost it, and then you could empty it and fill it up again. You can't do that anymore. If it's frozen, you've got to defrost it. Or you've got to keep it on you until it defrosts. Did I not get sticks? I thought I got sticks. Fucking idiot. Dollar, I think the challenge was stopping at 33.
I'm
it's harder.
33. Can I just stop here? Or do I have to wait until 38?
I think 38's a
Keep
better choice
running.
if I were you, dude, because if you say you're 33 and then you happen to be 47, 48, you're probably not going to pull it off, but you might. You might pull off 38. You might. Depends on how lucky you are and maybe how much you've used sun cream. Well, that didn't take very long, did it? Oh, I was going to make it. I ain't got space to make it there. Oh, let's eat that. Bollocks. I know I've had a couple of lives where I've died. I've been shot in the back in one town, and I've been shot in the front in
Have
that
a
last
good one
town.
today at TRMZ.
It's been kind of fun. Sadistically fun, I guess. Like I can't play Sakhal every day, but it is fun for a go here and there. Cheers for the super chat, Dollar Dude. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And likewise, Globby, thank you very much for the 68. Have a good one yourself, dude. Thank you. I can pull off 33 with ease. Well, how old are you, Microwave? You're probably like 29. David Nichols, I just turned 38 this month and have officially decided I'm not aging anymore like yourself. Only thing is my body said that's what you think. Hey Hey Paul, are you really 38 years young? Yes, I was born in 1977 and I'm 38. That's absolutely correct. Bilbo, thank you for the support, dude. Cheers for the super chat, Bilbo. You're 44, are you, Kerry? Very cool. I can pull off 38 if someone gives me a good ironing first. Interesting. I need to go and make a coffee. I'm a bit foisty. 2 hours in, I've only made not one coffee. Big birthday this year, then. No, not really, Jim Bob. My birthday is in July. It's not a big birthday for me. My big birthday, if we're talking honest numbers, is next year, 2027. Yeah, one of the reasons why I'm not that keen to get a mower yet, an electric mower, is partly, it's a stupid reason. When I moved into the house, there was grass at the front and the side of the house, right? And it was kind of sloped. There's no way I could use an electric mower. It was like butting onto the path and then the road. So I had to buy a hover mower, like a fly mow, to do it, because it was an awkward kind of... It wasn't that big, but it was awkward. So I had to get one of those electric hover mowers to do it. And so I only bought it last, I don't know, May, June time. And now I've got that mower. I feel like I've only, I don't know, I'm stupid like that, but buying a mower and then only using it for a year seems a bit stupid. I just feel like I should use it a bit more. I do drink coffee now, Trashmouth. It used to give me the shits, but it went away, thankfully. Hi, Bob George. You alright, dude? Hope you're good. I'm not really tight, Witcunt. I'm pretty generous, but if it's something I've bought to use for me, I have a hard time not getting value from it, whatever it might be, you know? My perception of value is weird. I can be a bit spendy in some places, but if I've bought something and it's working fine, I don't like replacing it. But I get weird. It's not like an obsession or anything, but just a stupid example, right? I use the same vanilla protein shake, right? The same one. I'm on about the 5th pot. I'm still using the scoop from the first one, right? When you buy a big pot of protein shake, you get a scoop, right? You get a scoop to use, and it's the same scoop. But when I get a new pot, I open the pot, I take the new scoop out and put it in the recycling, and I use the same scoop from the original one. It's just a weird thing. I don't know why, but I've used that scoop for the whole of the first pot. I like that scoop. I'll use that one. It's just kind of stupid. It's definitely not serial killer stuff, Redline. That's bollocks. I just, for whatever reason, I've used it and it's worked perfectly well for me. Why change? It's fucking serial killer stuff, my ass. Sends messages to Miss Portland. Well, she's more than happy with my quirky ways, Redline, so up your bum. Drox, thank you very much for the 11 months. Bilbo, thank you. Yeah, cheers again. Right, guys, I'm going to go and make a coffee that won't give me the shits, and then I'll be back. Right, I'm back. I had me a nice, juicy, succulent pink lady apple. You have your own microclimate where I live. Yeah, isn't it fucking cold up north? That's the microclimate. Fucking cold. Did I close the game down? Oh, fuck me dead. Oh, itchy, itchy, itchy. Right, the server is back. Drox, thank you for the 11 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Did I swallow it whole? No, I ate it. Yeah, Dubs, I ate it like a normal man. Do I drink protein milk? Nope. I have 1 or sometimes 2 vanilla ice cream protein shakes a day, which are made by On Nutrition, Optimum Nutrition they're called. I have one. I'm not. It's not a sponsorship, by the way. It's just the one I picked. But they work really well. The vanilla ice cream ones, they're fine on their own, but they also work great with some espressos and some ice and making like a vanilla ice coffee. That's really, really good. So I have that quite a bit. Right, we'll carry on. Shout out my name. Dude, I don't do anything on demand like that. I'm likely to ignore your name and just read the first bit like I've just done. Been robbed of the plus symbol now, haven't we? I do think... Oh no, I've got a solid plus symbol. Okay, we'll keep it as is. Oh, I can't handle that. Looks like I'm swimming in piss.
Hello.
Paddy, how you doing? Thank you for the resub. I got crabs on the trip. No, I got bitten on both shoulders earlier today on a walk, and I've got insect bites on both of my shoulders, and they itch like a motherfucker. I'm doing my best not to scratch them, but they're itching like fucking crazy. Caught crabs on the trip. I shall not be taking crabs to Miss Portland, rest assured. I fucking read it, Banks. Bastard. Shout out is same as attendance. What, you mean like taking a register at school? Beasley? Cardigan? Davis? I can't think of a name that begins with E, but I tried. I'm sure there was lots of kids at school called Johnny Cardigan as well. Probably a really common name. Soda in the last room. Beulah. Fucking Beulah. What a C word. I hate Beulah. Fucking Beulah. Uh-oh. Not good. Oh, fuck me. What is the deal, right? Sometimes you can't get one to come inside, and then all of a sudden you're in a threesome, you know? You struggle like fuck to find one of them to come inside, and then they both come inside at once, you know? What the fuck is that all about? Yeah, Coach, you and I agree. You're struggling like hell to get someone to come inside, and all of a sudden you're in some kind of DP situation, you know? Like, I'd like to say it's the story of my life, but it's not. Someone said there was a drink in the last room. I don't know if this was the last room. I don't know which the last room was, but there ain't a drink. There ain't nothing. Bilbo, cheers for the super chat. TRMZ is hashtag #1 under the sun, eh? Very cool. Well, I didn't really get the snot beaten out of me, dude. I think I was okay. I guess we're going to go this way. I don't really want to go inland just yet. Why the animosity towards Ferris Bueller? I just think he's a bit of a prick, dude. I haven't seen the film in a while. I think I might have watched it at Miss Portland's, but I was a little bit tipsy, or high. Tipsy, I think. I forget. But I'm not a big fan of Ferris Bueller, the character. I don't like him. I've never really liked Matthew Broderick either. I like most of the time in most of the films I've seen Matthew Broderick, I find myself not liking him. He's pretty good in that one, that is it, The Producers. I quite liked him in that. But mostly when I see Matthew Broderick, he annoys me. It gives me a bit of a feeling like I want to punch him. Also, like, if I went back to my school days, Ferris Bueller, I would have been annoyed by Ferris. I'd have thought he was a prick. I wouldn't have thought he was a cool kid. I'd have thought he was a prick. I know I wasn't a cool kid at school, no way. But I just think he was a smarmy little shitbag. No, high on love, Luke. I wasn't high on drugs. No. I was just high on love. He's not very nice to his best mate. Exactly. He's cool in war games. The only solution is not to play. But I haven't seen war games in such a long time. Do you do the bug bite thing where you press in an X on the bite with your fingernails to relieve the itch feeling a tad? I do not do that, no. I've never heard of that thing, to be honest, but it feels like the sort of thing that just makes it worse to me. Paul tried to turn the odometer back on his BMW and blames Ferris. Nah. Only Ferris is that dumb. Stupid twat. Have you been bitten on the balls by a mozzie? Nah. Thankfully not. Come on, mate. Got any food in them pants? When you take the bus, where do you usually sit? I don't take the bus, mate. I ain't no bus wanker. Sorry, you have to watch the in-betweeners for that. I don't have any set place. It's not often I'll go on a bus, but if I am, I don't have a... I just go where there's two seats. So we did get the bus in Prague last week, but I just went to the first place where there's two seats. There was already people doppled around it, so I just went and sat on a seat with two seats. I don't care. It's rare that I'll get on a bus, and even rarer still that it'll be empty enough that I can have the freedom of the whole bus to choose where I go. Am I on a public server? Oscar, I don't say what type of server I'm on because people try to stream snipe me if I do, so I tend to just play the game, dude, and not let that kind of info out for obvious reasons, you know? gonna need the sledge. It's pretty mean. It's a pretty mean melee weapon, actually. Maybe we could keep it. I can use one heavy attack to the noggin and they're uncon. I kept finding fucking scopes before, didn't I? I had badly damaged Mosin scopes up the wazoo. She's Blair Witching it in the corner. She didn't much like a fisher lady, but no, she clearly was. I don't think she was dressed for fishing myself. Oh, Sakhal map. I don't need that. Let's take it. I poked. Who do you guys think will win the World Cup this year? Obviously England. England are going to win the World Cup. They're going to beat Mexico or Ecuador after beating. They're going to beat Congo on Wednesday. Then they're going to beat Mexico or Ecuador. Then in the quarterfinals they're going to beat Brazil. Then in the semi-finals they're going to beat Argentina, and then in the final they're going to beat France 6-0. Jude Bellingham and Harry Kane hat-tricks, 2, 1 each. Piece of piss. $6-0. You heard it here first. Cape Verde is still undefeated. So are England, and they've even won some games. Mexico and the US will share the win. Holy shit. And then you woke up on the toilet after having your fourth Freedom Burger and realised it was all some kind of Freedom Burger fever dream. I'll eat a shoe if England beats France 6-0. Well, I don't really think England will beat France 6-0. I think based on the way the teams look, it's pretty obvious France are a heavy favourite. However, just look at yesterday, you know, teams from America and South America, sorry, from South America and Africa are clearly favouring the conditions, maybe suits, you know, Netherlands and Germany losing in the way they did, you know, Netherlands is less of a surprise, but nonetheless, or getting knocked out the way they did. They both drew the games but got knocked out on penalties, but I don't know. It does kind of make you think that maybe a team like Brazil or Argentina might beat France, depending on the weather in the final. It might just make a difference. It could. You never know. Like the conditions. Hello? Hello? Holy shit, you're good. You alright, dude?
How's it going?
Yeah, not bad.
My bad. Yeah, I just switched from Chernarus. That's why I have so much stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're geared as fuck for being here. Holy shit.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I'm just trying to make my way around.
All right. Holy shit. Right, I'm just going into the greenhouse to get some food. The final is in New York, isn't it? I don't know if it's Jersey, but it's Jersey, I think, in New York. Well, it's called New York, but it's not really in New York. But it is, but it's not. But it is, but it's not. It's kind of in New York, but not.
Did you just spawn in not long ago?
Yeah, I did. I did. I've just spawned in. I've not even made a fire yet. I'm about to do that, I think.
Okay. You need anything? You need any food or anything? Or?
I'm good. I'm okay. I've got a little bit of food. I'm kind of alright, dude. I'm pretty good, I think.
Okay. Well, sounds good then. Alright, well, best of luck
Yeah.
to you. Have fun, dude.
You too. Thanks for being friendly, dude. Good luck. Hope you get where you need to go.
Sure. Yep, thank you. Have a good one.
What's my favourite sport? It probably is football, but I am quite... I do enjoy boxing as well, amongst other sports. I like NFL as well. Watching the America Ball has been pretty good. I don't know what you're arguing about, NTW guy. One of the rules of my chat ever since I started the stream is that we don't use certain descriptors for things. Like we don't, in the stream we don't describe things as AIDS or cancer. We don't describe things as gay or whatever, you know. It's always been a rule as long as the stream's been around. You only had the message deleted. Like, you've had it explained very calmly why you've had it deleted, so why don't we just move on, you know? That would be good, wouldn't it? You're still here, you've not been banned, you had one message deleted, not the end of the world. Let's just move on with our day, and that's great, isn't it? Hi Cal, how you doing? Hope you're good. Yeah, Silverstone is this weekend. I'd like to watch the race. I'm not going to be going, but I'd like to watch the race if I can. Maggie's here. She might be just about picked up just as it's... Well, it's probably going to already be on. Ever had a fan meeting on a server? I've tried to do a few over the years, Oscar. They're not really that great to stream. It's kind of awkward, dude. It's kind of awkward. Like, say you're in a server with 60 players, you've got more people trying to join than can get in. And if you did get 60 people in a server, what do? You know, it just... What happens is that you just dick around not really being able to play DayZ until one of your viewers think it'd be funny to blow you up with a grenade and then you respawn, you know? That's basically how it goes. I've no idea, Welder. I've never been to Snetterton. I think it's still there, but I've never been. What do you think of Canada's chances against Morocco? Well, I think they're about 10 to 1. I don't know what the bookies say, Dark Lord, but I'd say if you ran that game 10 times, they might get through the tie once. Did I put sticks on the fire? Oh, I only put one stick on the fire, idiot. I might as well just use them all. I remember a meet-up on a football pitch. Dude, that was on the Gents of Novo servo, and it was for 500 subscribers on YouTube. That was a while ago, Del. It was still really busy, like a melee fight on a football pitch. Yeah, that was a good while ago. Fuck me. That was in 2014 still, I think. Australians and Kiwis are not the same. I don't know in who you're talking to, the Raven, but the interesting thing about Crazy Chris was that he was Australian pretending to be a Kiwi, so they are kind of the same. You've not really proved your point. Australians and Kiwis are not the same. Did we learn nothing from Saint Crazy Chris, who was an Australian pretending to be a Kiwi? So I'm afraid, Ravenor, you've picked the very worst example you could possibly pick to make that point. Would you ever create your own server?
My favourite watch fact. Old school watchmakers used squalene, oil from next to your nose, as watch movement lubricant in a pinch.
Ooh, that's horrible. Would I rather create... Oh, thank you, Dollar. I appreciate it. I'm glad my watch hasn't got that in it. Ugh. Would I ever create my own server? I would rather take... what can we pick? I'd rather take a golf ball and then gradually, over the course of a year, insert it into my urethra somehow extend it, you know, like people, you know, people get those ear piercings that make their earlobes bigger. Well, I'd rather do that, but with my penis. Yeah, like a bit like people get their earlobes pierced and then they put like a slightly bigger ring and then a slightly bigger ring and they have that great big flappy bit and a big thing in their ear now, you know, like I'd like to do that but with my penis rather than have my own server. I am into watches, Luke. I don't talk about my own collection though, so believe it or not, I get asked if I'd host my own server quite a lot, so I tend to make up silly things, Jason, just to come back to your question. No, hosting a server is a pain in the ass. We talked about it quite a bit the other day, so we're keeping it short today. But yeah, no, it's not for me, dude. Fucking hell, I can get 2+ symbols already. I'm surprised about that. Just with these clothes and I'm 2+ symboled up. That's good. I've never seen Glory, actually, Dark Lord. It's a film I've meant to see, and when I got put off years ago because the cover of it had Matthew Broderick on it, to be honest. So Glory is a film I need to check out. I didn't dislike him in The Producers. I watched that for the first time this year with Miss Portland. It's a film I meant to watch years ago. It's obviously based on a musical, right? But not, I mean, well, a show.
Thanks for the entertainment.
And
cheers, mate.
I kind of liked it. It was all right, but nonetheless, I found him less annoying in that than most. But I just, everyone has that with some people for whatever reason. Matthew Broderick is just one of mine. Like for whatever reason, his on-screen persona or him irritates me somehow, and it's not his fault. I'm sure I irritate many people myself, you know. But okay, that's maybe where our geared dude made his fire. That's good. Not sure what you think of the Grand Seiko, but you're happy with the changes to the Evo 9 range Paul Lake Sewer could be just perfect watch now. Yeah, they've I saw that earlier. I was looking at that just today, in fact, funnily enough, because I hadn't noticed them, but they've made a UFA version of the Lake Sewer in 40mm with a micro adjust on the clasp, which is a hell of a good watch. However, it just seems a lot of money, you know. Like it is a lot of money, but it's not for what it is. But it is a lot of money, and I don't know. I find it hard to get really excited by Grand Seikos because there's just so many of them, but they are lovely. The Lake Sewer is nice. I quite like the titanium one with the darker dial as well. It looks really, really nice, but every time every Grand Seiko, other than the odd one to me, feels a bit like if you were lucky enough to date a supermodel, but they were a bit thick, or they were a bit soulless somehow. You know, really lovely face and really amazing and beautiful, but once you've been with them for a little while, maybe there's nothing much else, you know. Like they're very beautiful, they're the best looking, but they're a bit soulless, you know. I don't really like that analogy because I'm not saying supermodels are thick, but it's just somebody that's beautiful, you know. It could be anybody, right? But and Grand Seikos to me are a bit like that. I don't like the bracelets very much, even though they've got the micro adjust. I don't particularly like them. The design is not quite right, but I really admire them. I own one and I really like it, but the one I picked I got on a leather strap. I don't really like the bracelets very much. What on Sakhal causes the visual problems for Twitch? Do we know what it is? What do you mean? Make sure you're watching in 1440p on source mode, Dimitri, but this is just, it has no more issues than any other map to my knowledge, dude. If you mean pixelation, make sure you click the wheel and make sure you're on source mode. The spring drive check doesn't do it to you. Well, the one I've got is spring drive. It's kind of cool. I like it. I think buying a watch because of tech it's not how I'd buy a watch. You know, I'm interested in it for many reasons. Aesthetics are definitely a part, but the wearability and the feel and all sorts of things contribute. But solely the tech isn't a reason for me to buy a watch, because like if you've owned it for 2 years, you're like, wow, it's nice and techy. You know, like that wouldn't be. That it needs to be more of an emotional decision for me, something that I value and treasure wearing or enjoying. You know, not so much because it's like got the nerd factor. I don't think there's any issues with Sakhal, Dimitri. No, I don't think so. No, I don't know what many streamers have had issues, but there's a lot of detail in the map, so some maps might give you slightly more grain than others, but Twitch now do allow 1440p, which has definitely helped. Actually not really paying attention to where I'm going, if I'm honest. I'm not really going a smart way, I don't think, but anyway, we're going to keep going that way. There's a house down there. What's your favourite colour combo and meta finish on a watch? I don't really have one, Wasted. I don't really have one. Probably steel. And colour combo, it really depends. I've never seen a Beauvais in the flesh, dude. Hypnotic Wraith and Dollar and Bilbo, thanks again for the support, peeps. No, I'm not actually going a smart way at the moment, but let's keep going the not smart way. Oh, do you know what happened to Jinxie? Yeah, she took time off because she was having a baby, roughly handled. I think she had, was it January time she had the baby, but she's got a newborn baby. Any Independence Day plans? 4th of July. Miss Portland's going to spend some time with her dad, which is cool, you know, but we don't have Independence Day in the UK, Matthew, dude, obviously. So I'm in the UK, it won't be a thing for me. It would be cool to be in America on that day, despite the fact that everywhere I went they'd hear my accent go, oh, red coat, come to say sorry for 250. Oh, God, that'd be funny. That'd be hilarious, I'm sure. No, I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube. Twitch made it as something you could do in October of 2023. So I've been doing it ever since. If you were a partnered or affiliate streamer, it was something Twitch wouldn't allow, but they changed their rules for it a good while ago now. So I've been streaming on YouTube for nearly 3 years. I really don't know where I'm going. I'm just trying to go into the map, but I'm not going a smart way right now, I don't think. Going to get to the top of that cliff ledge up there and then see. I'm going to end up somewhere near the police area again where we looted before. Rick, I've never had any intention to break into radio, dude. No, I've often, when asked what would I do if I wasn't streaming, I've often said that I'd like to do radio. I think it would be a fun thing to do, but radio in the UK, like everywhere, is kind of dying a touch right now. It's not a good thing to get into, you know, like radio stations are being run on a shoestring, local radio channels are gradually fizzling out. It's just, it still exists, but unless you're working on like BBC Radio 1 or BBC Radio 2 or something, there's not a great deal of money or financial incentive to be in radio, and there's absolutely no way I can do that, you know. excuse me, a good example of that would be Mark Goldbridge, who I've never watched any of his content, but he got a job on TalkSport as a radio presenter. I'm not convinced he was particularly popular on it or anything. I've no idea. But he jacked it in because clearly it was not worth the hassle, you know. Like, he can make more money doing what he does on YouTube and whatnot than he can working for TalkSport, you know. There's no point. Separate yourself from the herd and start a podcast. Yeah, nobody's doing that, are they, Roshan? That would be original, wouldn't it? No one's doing podcasts. Rick, I understand. No, I've not even tried, is the quick answer. I've often said that it would be fun to try. It'd be something that would be fun to do, but I've never bothered. You know, I'm too busy doing this. Funnily enough, I was when I did that interview for Alzheimer's Research UK, I did an interview with the local news. So it was for the local East Anglian news on BBC. So it was BBC Look East. I did share the actual thing on Instagram, I think, so you can see it on Instagram. Anyway, when I was talking to them briefly, and they were like, "So you've been doing this full time? What else would you like to do?" And I said something along the lines of, "Well, I'm really happy doing this, but I've always kind of liked the idea of trying to do radio. Maybe that might be fun." And they were all like, "Well, it's not the best time to be getting into it. Believe me, you know, like it might not. It's not an easy time." And that I kind of got what they were meaning. You know, like basically the BBC are cutting back and cutting back and cutting back. I did do an interview on BBC Radio Suffolk a couple of years back, and when I knocked on the door, there was no reception, and the radio presenter had to come and open the door. So the dude that was on the radio came and opened the door while he was playing a song. You know, like they've literally got no staff. It's bare bones. It is good with the views. It does look cool. I'm trying to decide if I should go to the prison or not. I don't think I'm going to. I think I'm just going to go to the town where I died. Did it take you a while to get to DayZ, or did you love it from day one? Purchased it in 2014 and I've only ever managed 200 hours. No, I didn't. I was really struggling when I first got it, dude. I nearly gave up. I was in Solnichi with broken legs, and I wasn't really sure what to do or where to go, and I was on the verge of giving up. I was really struggling, and I bumped into two dudes. One was called Blackhawk, and another was called Scan, and they were like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "I don't know, I'm struggling." And we got talking, and they were like, "Well, do you want to join our TeamSpeak?" I was like, "Well, what's TeamSpeak?" This is in 2014. There was no Discord, right? I was like, "What's TeamSpeak?" And they explained what TeamSpeak was, and then explained in the game how to download it, and then explained how to find their TeamSpeak server. And then I joined it, and then I played the game with them for many months. And in fact, Blackhawk still once in a blue moon comes into the channel here. He still watches on Twitch every now and then. But yeah, bumping into those guys in Solnichi, it sort of saved me from giving up on DayZ. Over there next to the two towers there is a millie. I don't think there is, dude. There is one the other side somewhere that's got like 5 or 6 barracks. It's completely on the other side of the hill. It's not on the top or anything, but I don't really want to go there. I think I'd rather just go and loot the town where I died and see if we can maybe see if my body's probably gone, but there might be some loot. You ain't seen nothing yet by Barkman Turner Overdrive, eh? Is that a wolf? Oh, fuck. Well, the wolves would really suck right now. It's not making any howling noises. It was just the other side of that truck. The big dumper. There's no secrets, Yates. I talked quite a bit about Badlands and what I experienced. I've got no secrets to tell, dude. Well, Shark, I think you're going to do that when you first start, no matter what. You're going to be panicking looking for food. I'd stick to vanilla at first, just to try and get familiar with the game a little bit if I were you, but if you don't want to do vanilla, like on official, you could try Spaggy's servers. You could try that. Well, that was a good howl. Fuck me, it's a different group. Where were you earlier? I could have done with that so badly earlier. I don't need the map. Was Blackhawk from a clan? No. No, he wasn't. Yeah, James, I died at the end of yesterday's stream. It sucked. There's not been any gameplay made available, Stormblade. We weren't allowed to record, but all of the streamers that went to Prague last week got to play it for 2 hours on a LAN setup. So I played it for 2 hours, but we're not allowed to release footage. We haven't got any footage. We're allowed to talk about what we've done, but I've been talking about it since Friday last week, you know. I really don't want the other ones to come. Fuck it. No, fuck it. Change mind. Avert. What are my thoughts on it? It was fun. I'm not a massive fan of the Sakhal compounds, like I've said several times before over the years. The Takistan style compounds. But I think they're doing enough to make it interesting. I think it's going to be good. That's a lot of walls. I don't know if they'll actually get close enough to me for me to hit them. See, this is the thing, like someone said smack them from the car. Like, they're not like zombies, they don't just come and get near. You go inside and lay down, they will leave. No, they won't. Well, that's what I was trying to do before Trankson, but they weren't coming in, so hopefully they might come in now. If they hit me in the head, I could be in serious bother, but... Does killing the pack leader make the rest leave? There is no pack leader, dude. No, you normally have to kill 3 and the rest will run away. This is 2 packs, for sure. So it's possible I might have to kill more, because it's 2 packs that have joined together to make 1 mega pack. Throwing the meat to distract him just doesn't work well. It really doesn't work, so I don't think I'm going to bother. Like, it just doesn't distract... It distracts them for such a short amount of time. They're on your ass immediately. Hypnotic, thanks for the support. Vendetta and Ronaldo, thank you. Ronaldo Ballestero, thank you. Uh-oh. Spaghetti-o. Oh, he's going to come in. Come on. Yes, in you come. Come. Oh, come on. Oh, you come in. Yes. Come and get... What? I was robbed! Save up some stamina again. Ah. Oh, fuck me. This is... I've got no bandages left. I could be in trouble. No, I was definitely robbed, Nick, and I only need 3. I need to kill 3. Having 1 on the roof doesn't change the fact I need to kill 3. It makes no difference. It just means I was nearly killing it, and now I've been robbed, because I've got to try and do the same to another one. I may need to kill more, but the one on the roof doesn't stop me having to kill how many I need to kill, does it, you know? Oh, fuck. Oh, for fuck's sake, that one's on the roof now as well. Finding meds on Sakhal is a pain in the fucking ass. Yeah, we were just talking about that, Hedge. It just doesn't work. There's too many wolves. You drop the meat, it only keeps them aggro for 10 seconds. I won't be able to get far enough away. I can use the sewing kit, Sebi, but it will cause me to get infected wounds. The rag's likely as well, but... Why is he not jumping in the car to attack the wolves? Well, I went on the car and showed everyone that, yeah, if you were here. They don't get close enough to you. So because we've got 2 packs combined into 1 mega pack, that's not been enough. 3 is not enough. That sucks. That doesn't work, vitamins. Vitamins don't do anything when you use a sewing kit, dude. Thank you for the super chat, though. If you bandage using a sewing kit or unclean rags, it causes blood illness, and vitamins don't protect you from that. It's just a 50-50 chance that you're going to get an infected wound, basically. That's 4 that I've killed. Fuck me.
TRMZ love, few more to go. Keep running, sir.
Oh, fuck me. How many more are there actually on the ground? There's only 1 more on the ground, I think. I think I've got them trapped in. Trapped in or trapped on. I think that's it. So we've killed 4. Oh, you're dead. Where did it go? Just White Fang left. Come on, Prancer, look at him go. See, look at him. He's like. Oh. Cheers, Beardy dude. Wismo, if you're watching using it, I don't mind, but try not to convince people to try and circumvent the adverts if you can, because it's kind of like running a shoplifting school in the shop in front of the shoplifter. Say in front of the shopkeeper, sorry. If you're watching using it, that's great, but talking to other people about using it is a bit cunty.
More and more.
Oh, I thought he was in. I wonder if that one came off the roof, possibly. So I've shut 2 in, there's 1 on the roof. Let's run. Let's leave. I don't think you need to make it dramatic, Wismo. Just don't do it again. It's all good. It's a very geared dude there. Like, very geared. I've got... Oh shit, there's two. Fuck that. Oh, fuck me. I bet that wolf's got off the roof. Those dudes are like crazy geared, like MVGs and all sorts. I can't go that way. I just can't go that way. It's not going to work, is it? I bet it's come off the roof. The fucker's found a way down. JMBR, I've just been talking about the players, dude, and how geared they are and why I'm not going that way. Yeah, there was two. S3, thank you for the 26 months. No face needed. Thank you very much for the support. Cajun Monkey, thank you. Disciples Cornerstone, thank you as well. Fucker. Yes, come in. I'm giving you the over-the-shoulder look. I'll pull my tennis skirt up so you can see the crack of my ass if you like. Come in. What's the mainstream chat? I don't have a mainstream chat, Shinju. I've got Twitch and YouTube. I read both of them. What's your view on being able to server hop with gear? I think between Chernobyl and Livonia works well. It'd be cool if Sakhal and then Badlands had their own hives. Doesn't work, Sineth. I think partly the question, Iconic, is coming from the fact that the devs actually did a poll about that exact subject the other day. Last week they did a poll about what you'd like when Badlands comes out. Give them some lead at this point. I've got one shotgun shell. I am running out of patience though. Thought I fucking missed for a sec. Do any of the other walls have better conditioned bones? Badly damaged? Oh fuck that, let's go. They just made the de-aggroing running away noise. So the gear dudes we saw were going that way. I can't really go that way. I don't really want to go to the prison again, but I think I'm going to have to. I can get myself a stab vest, I can get some shit. I think I'm going to... I was changing my mind as I've been running there. I don't really want to go this way, but I think we should. Got to be really careful with the zombies though, because one bleed and I'm getting sick, aren't I? Fuck it, I'm going a different way. I'm just going to run over the hill and find somewhere. Sears level, yeah, there's been some problems lately with YouTube. I think they're still ironing out the kinks. YouTube has been having all sorts of problems lately. Thankfully it's not as bad as it was, because there has been times where it was completely broken. So it was causing everyone to get like crazy lag and such like. Now sometimes it puts the streams behind. But yeah, YouTube has been having challenges lately. And if you just see what Pinkster said, skip the ad as soon as possible, and then you can just put it on 1.25 speed and catch up, you know. Yeah, it doesn't affect everyone, J Dials. It's kind of weird, but I'm really glad. So touch wood. I hope it doesn't come back. But the buffering bug, the sort of stuttering lag bug that was around, seems to be. Oh, I haven't had that for like 3 or 4 weeks. I haven't had it since my old PC. It's nothing to do with the PC though, it was a YouTube-wide issue. Lots of other people were getting it too, not just me. So this fire is just not cutting it. I need to make a proper fire. Be nice to find a house with a thing in it. I can cook the wolf fat. So you can't eat the wolf meat, but you can eat the wolf fat and not get sick. So I'm going to find myself a house to cook that in. It's a shame, really. I've got a heat pack on the go, and I've got this broom, and it's still not getting me out of light blue. Seems a little unlucky. Well, not unlucky, but it's just cold. So I've now got no shotgun shells. How does the +2 work? It's down to the clothing you've got, dude. The better quality your clothing, like the better like the higher heat value, the more best insulation items you've got, the more plus symbols you get. It's to do with the quality of your clothes, basically. Paddy, yeah, I had to get a new PC because my old one died. It's the latest AMD one, the crazy core one. I can't remember the model number of it now, but I'm sure somebody can share the specs link. Sounds kind of almost DMR-like or something, that does. Oh shit, I didn't put the stick in. This is going to be annoying. Oh no, I did. It's just that my broom's burnt out. S3, thank you for the 26 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you again. They're having a fun time, aren't they? DFQ, if you just check above, there is no last death and last live thing. We can't do that anymore, dude, because YouTube don't allow clipping, so we can't have clips on YouTube. YouTube have stopped it. I think it's something to do with people maliciously clipping streamers, and like, so people are streaming and people are maliciously clipping it and then using that to make videos, so they've just stopped clipping. I think that's probably the dudes I saw, yeah. I have died today though. I've been shot in the back by a shotgun, and then I've been shot over near where those shots were. I got shot in the front by something suppressed. We've died a couple of 3 times, yeah. It's been kind of fun though, just to play Sakhal for a change, like this life, you know, like dealing with the walls with not really any bullets and having to find a way to survive is kind of fun. I like the creativity it requires to make a start. Like even now, I'm doing okay. I've got some food to eat now from the wolf meat. It's not great, but I'm gonna have a challenge soon enough, because I'm gonna, if I don't find alcohol tincture, when I bandage, I'm gonna get sick. Cheers, Civ and Chillin. Thank you very much for the 11. S3, thank you. Head northwest for medical. I'm not going northwest, Spiffy, fuck that. I'm just going to go where I need to go and try and find alcohol tincture before I need it. That could simply have been per channel locked out. What a terrible decision by YouTube. I guess so. I guess so. I feel like they're probably got to a point where they need to do something about the constant stealing of everything, you know, like it's absolutely crazy. But I agree, I'd rather have clips than not, but I also, like, there's so many channels out there that exist solely by clipping other people's content and putting it on theirs, you know, like they need to do something about that. Like, for example, the Outdoor Boys. Nearly everything I see of the Outdoor Boys now that gets fed to me is a YouTube short on someone else's channel, and they've just stolen it, you know. It really winds me up. I know the Outdoor Boys has done great and everything, but it is stealing, you know. Like, make your own fucking content, you know. Don't just take someone else's 40 seconds and just upload it for an easy life. I really hate that. Being white on all stats helps healing faster. I think it's mainly blood, dude. If your blood is low, you're healing slower. Other than that, it doesn't make any difference. Unless you're dying of starvation or dying of thirst, in which case you don't heal at all. Do they get revenue for that? Yeah, of course they do, Big Griffin. Unless the creator copyright strikes it. I had a dude the other day, I'm not going to name the channel, but somebody tweeted me saying this guy's uploaded yours and another creator's video, and it was from the Banov ROM with Muller that was in the weekend's video. They'd uploaded a short. They'd uploaded a short to YouTube, and it was of me killing someone on Banov, and they'd put in the title, "TheRunningManZ sniped someone at whatever" on Banov. And they'd uploaded it in the evening on the day of the stream. So I'd streamed it. It was within within 24 hours of the stream, and they'd taken my Twitch clip and uploaded that kill to YouTube. Now, admittedly, they'd put a link to my channel in the description, but the channel had no subscribers, or a handful of subscribers. It was a smaller channel, but by using my name in the title, it's using my name to generate views, and then hiding behind the fact that they're linking my channel to give me some coverage. You know, like, it's only getting views because it's got my name in the title. Like, who's getting the benefit there, me or them? You know, they are. But that aside, it was a clip from a video that was going to be made for my own channel. I don't want spoilers on other people's channels for a content that's not yet out on my own, you know? That sucks. You know, that really, it's really annoying, you know? Like, obviously I streamed it, but I'm not making shorts and spoiling the stuff that's in the videos, you know? So I saw the video. In that sort of circumstance, I can just instantly copyright strike it, and if the dude gets enough copyright strikes, they get they get in trouble, you know. But I didn't. I just put a message, politely but probably sternly, saying, take this down or I'll copyright strike it in the morning, but with a few more words than that. And they did take it down. And then they did send me a Discord DM kind of moaning at me that I'd been so, like that, kind of moaning like I was in the wrong, which I found kind of staggering. But anyway, I didn't really fall out with the dude. But like, I find it interesting that you can't find me to ask permission to use my content, but you can find me to moan at me when I tell you not to do it. That's kind of interesting. Wasted. Very often YouTube does alert you, so YouTube has a system in place that finds the content of yours, and it gives you a bell notification. But in this case, somebody just somebody had found it on YouTube and tweeted it to me, so I found it that way. I may have got a bell notification too, but I'd seen it from the tweet before, so I didn't need to look. I really think it's massively blind to say I am giving you credit for your own content, so you shouldn't be annoyed that I've used it, you know, like, you're not just giving credit, you're using the name to get the views in the first place, you know, like, you're not helping me, you're using my name to get views on your channel under the guise of pretending to help me, you know. Yeah, AI videos suck, Dimitri. There needs to be a way of differentiating. You know, there are definitely people out there. I'm sure I've seen videos that are AI and not instantly realised, but definitely people are out there are seeing things and thinking it's real, you know. Yeah, it sucks. Hold the tomato for the last death and last kill things. It does suck from that perspective for sure. That sucks, Iconic. Just to be clear, by the way, like, if I bump into another streamer or another YouTuber, right, and we have an interaction and they kill me or something, and they're making a video, if somebody says to me, I'm making a video of the encounter we had, do you mind if I use your footage? I never say no. I would never say no. I'll normally promote the video, I'll normally retweet it, I'll normally talk about it on the streams. If somebody asks me in that circumstance, I always say yes, but if someone's just taking my stuff and uploading it on their channel as a short, I'll always say no, because it doesn't help me. It's just potential spoilers for stuff that I want to put on my own channel, you know? Like, I'm not going to want that. Chaddy, if you want to see how I've got my settings, you can type exclamation settings onto the chat. Type exclamation settings into the stream, and it will show you how I've got my game set if you want to try and compare it to your own. I do play in 4K. Yeah, the map is beautiful, and it would be great if it was a little bit more diverse in options and things. It's been fun so far today. I've enjoyed today so far. 3.5 hours is not crazy long, but it's been fun. It's just not something I can play regularly. It gets too annoying, like once every now and then. Steel Cooked, I limit my frames to 120 because of streaming and having 2 monitors and OBS and stuff, so I don't know. I could get a lot more frames than that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's no actual effort. It's literally taken my clip, or in general, and not really this dude, but in general, somebody just takes your clip, and you can use AI to do that. You don't even need to do it yourself. And then there's programs that can put the text on the screen from whatever people are saying. You know, then you're literally just farming someone's clip and pushing it using their name to get views. You're not doing anything. You're not content creating, are you? You know. Right, that's the military base that the other dude was talking about, so I did end up coming here, so... Cheers, Chaddy, have a good one, dude. Still haven't found a scientist on this map. S-Dot, you need to stay around the volcano and check everywhere where there's snow. From the tip of the volcano, almost down to the trees. It can spawn anywhere where there's snow, but mostly it's on the volcano itself, on the steep part, or around the roads. They seem to be in already, didn't they? I think we might die down there. I hope I'm wrong. They seem to already be spawned in. There's no dead ones though, so maybe we'll get lucky. I've not looted this in forever, but any time I've ever looted it, I've never really found anything. Weapon cleaning kit. Might as well take the BDSM pants. They're slightly... well, they're still medium, but there's more space. Do you think skis would be a good feature on snow maps? If I'm honest, dude, I suspect they'd have limited use because it'd make you go down a hill a little bit quicker, but I don't think it would actually be that big of a deal. Like, how often? You wouldn't use them very much. Hungry, I started using a piece of software called SteelSeries Sonos yesterday, which I'm playing with, so... I don't know if it's going to help with my tinnitus-like symptoms or not yet, dude, but it's going to take a while to know, you know, like... I put some settings in yesterday that a viewer from the stream recommended, but it will probably take 2 or 3 weeks to know if those settings are having any impact. That's a good find, isn't it? Military helmet on that one, and a plate carrier. Oh, fuck me. Now I'm in trouble. 50-50. So it's a 50-50 shot whether I get ill or not here. SteelSeries Sonar, I think it's called. Yeah, it has all sorts of quirks on it, but it's basically an equalizer where you can adjust the frequency range a little bit, so I can maybe make the background noises a little bit less noisy. Fuck me, that was dodgy. Didn't know he was there. Spurs are spending money, aren't they? There's a lot of heavy rumours that they're going to get Tonali, which is... I've got to be honest, if I was a Newcastle fan, I'd be really miffed about that. The fact that Tonali is eager to go from Newcastle to Spurs, you know, like... I think they're similar sized clubs. Spurs fans might argue that, and Newcastle fans might argue that, like one way or the other. But in terms of where they're at right now, and obviously Newcastle have had a better couple of seasons recently, but in general I'd say they're similar sized clubs. I don't understand. It seems like a sideways switch to a club that's done worse than Newcastle for the last number of seasons, you know. Like they're selling Gordon. If they sell Tonali, there's rumours that they're going to sell Bruno Guimaraes as well, I think, isn't there? You know, like that, ripping the heart out of the team, and they can't seem to get the right players in. Like they were after that dude that Liverpool bought, you know. Like it seems like bad times at the moment for Newcastle. I may have gotten away with it. with the bandaging. I can't afford to do it again though. Yeah, I took. What did I do with the gloves? Oh well, I'll get different gloves. I took them off, didn't I? But I think I put them on the floor like an idiot. I put them on the floor and then I used the sledgehammer anyway, I think. It's because I wanted to punch the zombie and then I never picked them back up again, yeah. I didn't want to ruin the zombie's helmet. Alright, I'll loot these and then I'll get them. I've got to go back up there anyway, so I'll loot these and then get back up. Kind of hoping we'll find something that's worth keeping loot-wise. Like, maybe an SKS or something if they spawn here. Alright, I don't have to go back now, do I? How'd your trip go? It was great, dude. I went... If you check my Instagram, it's Paul_OnlyManZ, or if you type !Insta, it'll give you a link. I posted quite a lot of things from my trip, like videos of the real Churnerus and pictures and things. It was really fun. Doing the real Churnerus from Skyrim Mighting on the coast between Electro and Cherno all the way to Starry Sobor on foot was fucking cool. This is a better helmet as far as I'm concerned, Pop Swap, but there's not much in it. You probably didn't see me pick up this one. On November, the same day, GTA 6 and DayZ 2 will be released. What would you play? Well, DayZ 2 is going to be miles away, but I would definitely play DayZ without a shadow of a doubt. Even Shotgun, if it came out on PC, I'd still play DayZ, but it won't be coming out in November on PC for Grand Theft Auto either. But we've got a long way to go for DayZ 2. It'll be 3 or 4 years. All that walking paid off. Yeah, it did. Xbox. There were. I certainly managed to keep up with everyone. Let's say, you know, like I did okay, and I'm twice the age of some of the people that went, you know, and I was fine. You know, it was all good.
If we are all plugged into the Matrix and our lives are a generated fiction, it's really mean giving me a little pickle.
Yeah. It's harsh, isn't it? There were people aged 16 there. Well, if I was really 38, MP Lee, and half the age of 38 is definitely not 16, dude. I ain't claiming to be 32. There's lies, and then there's barefaced lies, you know? They don't spawn. Best gun you'll get here is a bison or a scorpion. Oh, that's great. I think I've gotten away with the bandaging. I need to not bandage again for now. Didn't know 19-year-old people played DayZ. When Sour Sweet started his channel, he was less than 19, wasn't he? He's 23-ish now, isn't he? Something like that, but I think he was like 17 or so when he started his channel. it's not really worth coming in here. I can see why I probably didn't do it. To be fair, I did get a plate carrier, which was worth it for that alone, I suppose. So it was worth it for the plate carrier. Oh my god! The fuck? How are they not making snow noises? Do you think they should be making snow noises? I think they should. Duran, thank you. Yeah, it was so cool. It was badass. It was such a cool trip. Like, obviously at the time, on the day, it was kind of hectic and you had less time to really appreciate it. Like, the video I made when I got to the top of Castle Zub, I'd barely got my breath back and I was just trying to record it quick before everyone else caught up because I wanted to make the video out of people's way, you know, like... But, yeah, it was great. It was really, really fun. It's just not making any footsteps. I can hear it, but it's not making any footsteps. Do I not have a canteen? Is that Miss Portland on your Instagram? Yes. So there's a canteen in here, is there? It's not a canteen in here. It must be in the last barrack. I'm not that bothered. I'm not that bothered. I don't even want a fucking canteen. Fuck me dead. There was one though, you were right. Good spot. Paul, why do they say it's coming home? It's from a song that came out with the Lightning Seeds and a couple of comedians. Frank Skinner and David Baddiel. It came out in 1996 for the Euros when it was at... So there's a lot of conjecture about it and a lot of people hate the fans for singing It's Coming Home. But the actual song is a really cool song from back in the day. It's a football song. And it's about how England won the World Cup in 1966 and they haven't done very well since, and there's been many years of hurt, and now football's coming home because the tournament's being held in England for 1996. So football's coming home, and they still believe that they can win it. There's been all these years of hurt and they still have a chance to win the tournament, and they believe this year will be the year. And then they didn't win it, and then they re-released a similar version for 1998 when the World Cup was in France. But it gets a lot of hate because people think it's coming home. Is everyone saying we're going to win the cup and take it home, you know? But that's not what the original meaning of the song was, and it's synonymous with England and football now, you know? And people probably do think we're going to take the cup home, we're going to win it, it's coming home, you know? But that's not the meaning of the song. It's kind of a cool song. I've not gone for the glow plug yet. Why? I haven't got any guns or anything. I couldn't even deal with wolves. I'm trying to avoid shit like that, you know. Yeah, exactly. It's crazy to think about. That song came out in 1996 and they were singing about 30 years of hurt, and now it's 60 years of hurt. Based on that logic, it should only be sung when England is hosting. Doesn't make any difference, Psychedelic. That's when it came out for 1996. That's what it was all about. If you really listen to the lyrics, it's not about cockiness that we're definitely winning the trophy. If you listen to the lyrics of that song, they're talking about all the years of hurt, but they still believe. You know, those lyrics are still in it. It's like we still believe. They've still got faith that this time could be the time. You know. It's just like the hope of a fan that's been experienced a load of bad runs, but maybe this time it will be the year.
Today? A little to the left, I hope. How's the run been going?
Smokey, how you doing? Thank you very much for the support. I don't really hang a little to the left or a little to the right. I kind of just hang straight down the middle, but don't even touch the seam of my pants. You know, like I hang much like the little nubbin at the end of a balloon after you've blown the balloon up and tied the knot. Just like that. That's how I hang. But anyway, enough about that. It's been going okay. The challenge of Sakhal has been fun. Now have a breakdown of the song Vindaloo. Yeah, the Vindaloo makes no sense. Did they used to dive less? Yeah, they did. It has got worse, and it is annoying. Do I have my AC on full blast for immersion? No. I've got it on low fan setting, 20.5 Celsius. I think that's a different Ariana iconic, isn't it? I saw an Ariana on Twitter talking about how they were stopping streaming, but it was an entirely different Ariana than the Ariana we know, I'm pretty sure. Or maybe you're talking about the other Ariana. Because that was my first reaction, but it wasn't the Ariana as in the one that does DayZ events. It was another streamer called Ariana. Yeah, it got put onto my feed, same as some of you guys, maybe exactly for that reason. DayZ 2 has been officially announced. Yeah. I might have to make a fire while we're here. I don't think we can fuck about with this. It's going to be too much of a pain in the ass if I don't. I'm just going to check these three. But did DayZ specify they will finish the game before releasing it? They've not specified anything, Rosham. They pretty much said it's really, really early. And then beyond that, they didn't give us much information aside from that they really were taking it seriously, that Marek Spanel, the owner of Bohemia, sees Armour and DayZ as equal partners in the future of the company, which was quite significant. So they're taking it seriously. They know how much it means and they know how important it is. Beyond that, they didn't give us any information, so we don't know. I don't know if it'll be early access. I don't know if it'll be released as a complete product. None of us know. No, it's not that, Augie. It's not that. It's not filtering out the zombies walking. It's a bug in the game. Like, we're hearing my own player run around in the snow. It's just an issue with the Zeds. Hi Al, you're right, dude. I don't think they'll do an experimental branch for DayZ 2, Rosham. If that's what you mean, they'll do a they might do an early access where you buy the game, but who knows? Like, Nobody knows, but they definitely won't just put it on experimental for DayZ. You'll have to buy the game, won't you? DayZ 2 will be a Fortnite collab. Sounds delightful. Where do I sign up? Doesn't current DayZ have experimental? Of course it does, Danish, yeah, but if they're going to release anything on experimental for DayZ 2, it'll be on an experimental for DayZ 2, that's all I'm saying, right? They're not going to put it on here. But experimental doesn't make a great deal of difference if it's on a new game. Whether they have an experimental or not, it's whether they do early access or not, you know, who knows? Did you watch any of the matches last night? I watched the Germany game. Yeah, it was a dull game, but it was a fun game to watch because of what it meant and how Paraguay defended like lions. But I think Germany were robbed of the. That wasn't a foul on the goalie. I think Germany were robbed of a goal. I feel a bit bad that that's the way they had to go out. However, it was cool to see Paraguay defend and play how they did. You know. I didn't get to see the other games. I was streaming for the Brazil-Japan game, which I would really like to watch. And likewise, the Netherlands-Morocco game was a cracker, but it kicked off at 2 AM here, so I couldn't watch that. Anything particular that you'd like to see implemented in DayZ 2? Yes, 4 subscriptions to TheRunningManZ on YouTube before you're allowed to play the game. I don't know what you mean, Pinkster. Oh, I don't want to go to the airfield yet, Wyatt. Well, I don't mean that, Spider. They defended like hell the rest of the game, you know. They would... Germany were robbed of that goal, but on the balance of the whole game, I don't think Germany deserved to win per se. You know, it shouldn't have been 1-1 after 90 minutes. You know, like they should have had that game won. It is very hard to break down a team that's playing a low block and defending like that. You know, England struggled both against Ghana and against Panama. You know, they're likely to have similar issues tomorrow when they play Congo. It's a hard thing to do, but the good teams will find a way. You know, the fact that there was an extra time and they're relying on VAR to not rule it off is Germany should be capable of winning that game long before then, shouldn't they? You know, but that aside, that decision was shite. Are you concerned with the base building mechanic on Baden's? People will be boarding off high loot areas and buildings. It doesn't work like that, Sir Jimmy. So you could. They've only got the option to blockade some of the buildings, and the devs choose which ones they are. So it's not. It's a feature that's quite simply done. But you know, when you go up to somebody's base, like you go up to a base wall and it's half finished, you open the inventory and you can see the bits where you can put things in to finish the wall. It's like that, but inside a building. So the devs can decide which ones they associate with that menu system, which ones they don't, right? So you can't build over every building. It's only the ones that they've picked. So if you've got like a square compound with 4 houses, only one house is likely to have that inventory system. So you'll be able to board up that one and not the others. We will be the same age on the 18th of July. Glad I finally caught up. Mr. Epidural, happy 38th, dude. Word on the street is that you were one of the motion capture cat suits. You were one of the motion capture cat suits, but they had to throw the 3D file away because the bolt in your pants was too big to fit in the game. Exactly, yeah. Very true. Tantman, thank you very much for the support. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Cheers for the support, Tantman. Appreciate it very much. Thank you for the 16. Epidural, thank you as well. So you can build like actual doors and stuff. Well, I only saw some that were already done, Wyatt. It's more like bricked over walls and windows that I saw. I don't know how you access them. I don't know if there's some kind of door option as well, because we didn't really get... We played it for 2 hours, you know, but there is blockading in Badlands. And I'm allowed to say that, by the way. It's not a super secret. Like, we're allowed to talk about what we found. Right, I'm going to go this way. Would I like drones in DayZ? No. It's not a milsim, dude. It doesn't belong. What's the best direction on Chernarus to run mid-game? Dude, it's too big of a map to say, really, but I personally like doing the southwest coast along towards the military base far side and then running up the west edge of the map towards Mishkino tents in the summer camp. There's loads of hunting stuff along the way. I didn't see a code lock Thoria, but somebody else did. I did see a little tub of cement which must be used for the new base building mechanic. I did find one of the new motorbikes, but crashed it. Digen, it's Twitch auto moderation. Some things get auto modded. It is very political though, dude. I actually share your feelings on it, but it's a very political subject, so we don't do politics here, right? So it's going to get timed out by us, even if it wasn't auto modded by Twitch anyway. Like, doesn't mean I don't agree, but equally we don't do politics. So let's just move on. Am I a bit worried about DayZ 2 that it won't be as good as the first one? No, I don't see why I would be worried. I only, even if in its worst possible outcome, maybe this is me being positive, but I only see DayZ 2 being at worst just like DayZ, but running nicer and looking better. You know, that's the worst possible outcome that I can see. It'll be like DayZ, but finished better. It might, in the worst case scenario, it still has hackers everywhere and it still has duping and such, right? In the worst case scenario, it's just like it is now, but better. Did I see the Ben Whittaker fight? I didn't see the fight. I did see the highlights, yes. So I don't know where my little stutter came from there, but yeah, I saw the highlights. It was very limited highlights because he got the knockout in round 2. He looked good though, didn't he? He looked good. He looked a lot better than the other dude. The worst scenario is they change too much and it's not DayZ anymore. Well, Rosham, I'm talking about what's realistically likely to happen. And they could turn the game into some kind of futuristic sci-fi nonsense with lasers, but they won't, will they? You know, they're not going to change DayZ too much and not make it DayZ anymore. The people working on DayZ know what DayZ is. You know, Sumrak's been in and around DayZ since the Malscom the mod. You know, well, we don't know for sure Sumrak's working on DayZ 2, but David, the lead producer of the game, said that a lot of the OGs from the DayZ development team are working on DayZ. So you could take that to mean some of the people that are there right now. You could also take it to mean some of the people that were working on the game back in 2014. But nonetheless, you could definitely take it as a positive that they're getting OGs from the original development back. You know, the people at Bohemia know what DayZ is. You know, I think we all assume that we all know better than the devs, but they know what the game is. They know what they're doing. There's just some things they can't easily fix, and unfortunately, cheats right now seems to be. Same with zombies. You know. Did they talk about Arma 4 much? They didn't talk about Arma 4 at all. They did with there was a couple of Arma creators there, and I think they talked a little bit with they had some Arma devs that talked to them, but they didn't talk to the people that don't do Arma. DayZ in 2015 was honestly the best version. I can't disagree more, but it doesn't mean you're wrong to have an opinion. Hi Travis, you're right, dude. What happens to DayZ when DayZ 2 comes out? Well, Bohemia have got a pretty good track record of keeping games on. You can still play Flashpoint and Arma 2 and stuff, right? So I think they'll keep servers open. I believe that for a time they will both run at the same time. I believe there'll be a time when DayZ 2 is being released and DayZ 1 is still having the odd update once in a blue moon. But I think it will very much be a switch where most people make the switch relatively quickly from one to the other, you know? Like, we'll have to wait and see though, won't we? So I've come over this way. Old matey was saying if you go southwest you'll go to the airfield, but around here is where you can get Tundras and Blazes and Mosins and the like. So I thought we'd come and see if we can find a sniper rifle. Well, what do you think about Bigfoot being in DayZ? I'd rather put my Bigfoot up your ass. Sorry, chicken. I know that's a stupid response, but I feel like it's a bit of a stupid question. Do you think Hirgovich will cause problems for Moses Atama? Sorry, chicken, that was kind of a bit harsh. I made myself choke. Do I think Hirgovich will cause problems for Atama? No. No, I don't. Who's the heavyweight that just got given the WC title? Who's fought nobody of any consequence other than like Zilly Zhang and not much anybody else? I'm surprised. I'm really surprised that Usyk's given his belts up. I'm glad you took it in the spirit it was intended, chicken. Very cool. Have you any desire to see the return of Conor McGregor? Not really, dude. Not really. I think his days of being competitive are probably behind him. I'd just like to say that I'm not wanting to challenge him in some kind of like nobody's heard of me streamer versus Conor McGregor kind of event. He would absolutely floor me in seconds, right? But not that that's on the cards, by the way, but you get my point. I think Conor McGregor should retire. I'm not the hugest fan of Conor McGregor. I think he's a bit of a dick. And that whole thing where he offered somebody his whiskey, proper 12 in a pub, some man, old man, and he turned it down, and then punched the old man, and then it got into the press, so he bought the pub and banned the fucking guy. That tells you everything you need to know about Conor McGregor, you know? Like, if you make a mistake and you do something stupid, you should own up to it. What you shouldn't do is use your wealth to buy the pub and get revenge on the guy that you did dirty, you know? If you do something... Like, there's so much out in the world, right, about what it takes to be a real man, and I think most of the stuff about being a real man is all bollocks. It's absolute bollocks, right? But one of the things that it takes to be a good person is to realise when you've made a mistake and hold your hands up, you know? Never mind being a man or whatever, but if you do something wrong, hold your hands up and then move on. Don't, like, create some kind of faux, like, revenge mission when you're the fucker that did it wrong in the first place, you know? So, we have a Mosin, we have a good scope. We need a few more bullets, but that's a good start. That as well, Ohio, yeah. To be honest, I've got to be completely honest. I don't keep on top of every Conor McGregor drama. If I see Conor McGregor's name, I don't tend to read the article. I just move on with my day. You know, like I think the most I've ever talked about Conor McGregor was when he was going to fight Floyd Mayweather, you know. And to be fair, at that time, he did hold his own. He was all right, but yeah, I think he should stay retired, if I'm honest. Time to go to the military island. I don't think so, Wyatt. You like jumping the gun, don't you? I need some bullets for the Mosin first. Probably need to go to the spring as well and get some food. You're an eager beaver, Wyatt. You are, but we've got the Mosin. We'll probably find some bullets as we check these houses, but I've got to check them to do it. There's some, for example. Yeah, the hypermasculine stuff, I don't understand. Like, it seems like a big circle jerk of virgins, if I'm honest. And maybe that's harsh. And I'm not really looking to start a massive load of drama, but like the hypermasculine stuff, I don't know where it comes from. Emma Sakhal, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Fuck me dead. It's almost like I said we'd find Mosins. The tack bag's pretty useful as well, because I was, like I was saying, I'm kind of a little struggling for food, so that's good. Where I've been quite healthy and stuff, I get quite a lot of fitness content on Instagram, and I follow one or two creators, but I try to follow like one or two nutritionists as well, but I try and follow the sensible ones, or the balanced ones. There's quite a lot of Instagram creators and TikTokers out there, and their sole content seems to be, I've got muscles, you should have muscles, you lazy fat bastard. And that's the sum of their content, is basically calling everybody fat that isn't exactly like them, you know. Like, I'm somewhat staggered that it's so popular, but unfortunately, because if you watch a little bit of like fitness content, you will get shared fitness content and then be staggered at what fucking passes for it, you know. It's insane. It's crazy what's out there. But I think the reality is it's the same with anything. Whatever job you do, whether you're an Instagrammer or a Twitch streamer or a game developer or whatever else you do, some people make the mistake of making what they do for a living or what they do, what they're passionate about, they make it the thing that defines them, you know, and I think that's kind of a mistake. Like, if you're muscly and you think it defines who you are, it's great to be healthy, it's really good, but it's just a part of who you are, you know. Some people are out there making it everything, you know. Like, there's people out there that have got some muscles and then they're out making videos going, I could pull any woman I want, look at me, you know, with their top off, you know. And it's like, oh mate, it's just, but people do that about anything, you know. Like, there's people out there, I'm sure, that are streamers, that they definitely are. Streamers think that they're amazing and they're bigger than Jesus and all that, you know. You're just playing a game for a living. It's not that I'm really proud of what I do, but I don't think being a streamer is like, I don't think it makes you a special person, you know. Well, no, I'm not really proud of what I do. That's not. I'm really proud of where I've gotten it to and grateful for it. But I don't go around like with my shoulders all puffed up, thinking I'm fucking special. Yeah, all right, coach. I'm into fitness. Fitting this cheeseburger into my mouth. Yeah, fair enough. I'd like a cheeseburger right about now. I'm fucking ravenous, I am. Right, I'm going to stop there and go up to those houses up the top there. I also, on the subject of being ravenous, I can have my protein shake. Yesterday I fucked up. I forgot to drink it. I had my dinner and forgot the protein shake. What a tragedy. Yeah, Rosham, I ain't falling into that trap. What's my favourite flavour of crayon? Purple. Alexos, thank you for the 5 months. Cheers for the support. Thank you. Well, thank you, Dishevelled. It's all good. I'm pleased with how things have gone. I'm grateful to do what I do, but I just think being balanced about things, you know, what you do for a living doesn't define you, you know, in any way, you know, like otherwise you could try and big yourself up because you've got a good job, but by definition you might also find yourself putting people down because you perceive them to not have a good job, and I think that's not right, you know, like what you do for a living doesn't define you at all, you know, like in any way. You know, some people are horrible and they've got good jobs and whatever, you know. I'm glad this has worked out, but I don't think it's like it doesn't matter what you do, and I think it kind of works. But if you're an actor, even if you're in the movies, let's say you're a Hollywood actor, but you're not. It doesn't even matter if you're like Leonardo DiCaprio, but let's just say you're a Hollywood actor that's been in quite a lot of films, but you're never the lead. You're like the fifth in the film, always. Whoever that might be, pick somebody, you know. But you're Giovanni Ribisi, you know. Like you're Giovanni Ribisi. He's had a great career. He was funny in Friends. He was great in Saving Private Ryan and whatnot. But sorry, Giovanni Ribisi. I ain't trying to dig you out here, but it's just the first name I could think of that came to my noggin, right? But like, ain't nobody like that's got any brain going to get to the end of their life and go, God, I'm so much better than everyone else. I was in Saving Private Ryan or whatever, you know. It's a really cool thing, but what defines his life will be the things that happen around that, not that. It's not like you still get to the end of the life and you die, and I don't think that'll be the thing that was important to you. Anyway, let's not. I'm going to get morbid if we carry on. Let's move away from the death bit. I don't really need any of this shit. Right, I'm going to drop that. I definitely want that. Why do you hate Giovanni? I really like him. I was just trying to think of someone that had been in a lot of films but had never been the lead, and it's just the first name I got in my head. It is unhealthy to make your identity about what you do, and that's exactly what a lot of these Instagrammers and tickle-tocklers do, isn't it? You know, that about any subject, it can be about anything, you know. They make it their entire personality, and it is really stupid, you know. Norway not looking so hot. Is that game on now? Oh, I wish I was watching it. Yeah, I knew you were kidding, dude. Bronan, I knew. I knew. Honest, I did. Could you talk about firefighter as a career? What do you think? Well, for me personally, I couldn't do it, Wiz, because if I climb up 3 or 4 steps of a ladder, I start to get dizzy. I'm a complete fucking wimp when it comes to heights. I'm scared of heights. I'm scared of being up a 6-foot ladder. So for me personally, I couldn't do it. But there's a whole host of careers like that that are incredibly meaningful and very, very cool. Whether you be a an ambulance driver or a paramedic or a firefighter or police officer and all sorts of others. You know, they're all incredibly important. You know, like, and whichever one of those somebody might be digging out for different reasons. You know, like they're still the first people you call when you're in trouble, aren't they? You know, and they're very important. So I think they're very cool. I couldn't do. I'm too much of a wimp. You know. I couldn't do paramedic, for example, because I just couldn't turn up at the scene of an accident and see what they would see. I just couldn't do it. Sounds like you're taking a multi-RL. Yeah, I'm just drinking my protein shake. I forgot to have it yesterday and then drank it after the stream, but I've remembered today. It'll keep me full for a bit longer. And I could have my dinner. It's about dinner time. It's nearly 6:30 in the UK. 20 past 6 in the UK. Just gone. Nearly 6:30. Yeah, near enough. 7 minutes. But I can't be asked to get up and put it on. I need a wee in a minute though. But what flavour shake? Always the same. Vanilla ice cream, Optimum Nutrition on. I have the same one. I know it's dull to have the same one, but I like the flavour of it as it is. But I'm more often than not every day, but 3 or 4 times a week, when I go out for my long walk in the morning, when I get back, I make a vanilla ice protein shake. Sorry, a vanilla protein shake, and then I put ice in it and 3 espresso shots and make a vanilla ice cream iced coffee. It's fucking glorious. It tastes amazing. It's at least as good as anything you get from a coffee shop. 3 espresso shots, a protein shake and some ice. Shake it all up. It's a fucking delight. It's absolutely amazing. And it sort of rehydrates you from the walk, zhuzhes you up with the coffee, and gives you some protein too. It's not bad. No, it's three single shots. No, I wouldn't. 3 double shots would be 6 shots, right? If you order some of the large drinks, the grande drinks in Starbucks, like if you order a brown sugar oat milk shake from Starbucks, you get 4 shots in that. I have tried it with 4 shots. I actually prefer the flavour of it with 3, so I make it with 3. Vanilla ice protein shake, ice baby. Yeah, yeah. No, there's a inroad for on to promote their flavours, eh? Green Skiller, Alexos, thank you again. Cheers, Green Skiller. Thank you for the resub. I put a scoop of creatine in my protein shakes when I make them. That makes sense, Matthew. I have creatine every day, but I have it in I have Greek yogurt for breakfast every day. So I put it in that. So I have creatine daily, but I've already had it, so I don't take more. I just take that. Hello, do you only play DayZ? Pretty much, dude. Yeah. I don't really do much else. I'm only DayZ. It's kind of my bag, baby. You know. I've tried most other games DayZ like, but never really got into them. DayZ's my one. What's your favourite part about visiting America besides Miss Portland? Well, the last time I went to America, not for Miss Portland, was for TwitchCon. So my favourite part of that was meeting all the DayZ peeps and people from the stream. You know, like, going to the Prague thing last weekend and seeing all of the people that went, meeting all the streamers and whatnot, made me more excited to get to San Diego again. You know, it's really cool to hang around with the other peeps that are doing what I do, like Holly Rex and Sour Sweet and all the other guys. Everybody knows who went, and it was very, very cool. Like last year at TwitchCon, I met Ceramore for the first time. I met Ben Fruit for the first time, and lots of other people too. You know, I met Joystick Joa, who's been in the stream a lot. I met Redline and Coach and Mezza and Nate, and it's very cool to put faces to names and hang around with people and stuff. And like be in the same sort of area as Ben Fruit when he's turning up for a DayZ meetup, drunker than anyone else will be at the end of the night, and it's like 8 p.m. Ben Fruit turned up absolutely hammered, drank the rest of the day, and somehow was less drunk when he left than when he got there. You know, like he's got a special gift. I think it's called being an Australian. But nonetheless, yeah, it was fun. It was great. That is amazing. Like meeting all the other people that do what I do, and believe it or not, it's not like a circle jerk of DayZ nonsense or Twitch nonsense, or it's just people that are like hanging around, just being like mates. It's really fun. It's not all about egos and view counts and shit. It's just not at all. But obviously, my most favourite thing about going to America in October was meeting Miss Portland. I'm afraid to say that I'm so glad I went. I'm glad I did. That was kind of lucky for me. What do I think about DayZ 2? I'm very excited that there's a future for the game. Like, I like DayZ a lot. It's my favourite game of all time. But it's nice to know that there's more of a future for me as a creator, I guess. But the fact that there's going to be a DayZ 2, I think, is a really positive thing. I think DayZ has its issues, but I don't think some of those issues can be fixed. So I'm glad that hopefully DayZ 2 is an avenue to fix some of those issues. Like, I genuinely believe that the combination of the new engine that's not quite finished for DayZ and some old code from Arma is causing a lot of the issues they can't fix. I believe starting from scratch on a new engine that they've been making for a long time now will allow them to develop the game more fully and do things like make the zombies work better and fix the game more, you know. I think they've hit a bit of a ceiling as to what they can achieve with this game because it's got like a mongrel code that they just can't fix. Will there be any DayZ content filmed there? At TwitchCon, no. Some people might make vlogs and things, you know. And I'm certainly getting better at sharing things like the videos I put out from... I made sure when we were doing Starry that I took some videos, and I knew I was going to put them on Instagram, so I talked a little bit about what I was seeing while I was recording them and whatnot. You know, that was kind of cool. I'm going to try and do a bit more of that, but I won't be doing any DayZ stuff when I'm there. There'll be pictures or something. I don't think they will change the core game very much, Viking. I don't see why they would. Ivory Coast are decent. It's a really hard game to pick Ivory Coast versus Norway. I think I went with Ivory Coast, didn't I, in my selections with Redline? I think my selections today were Ivory Coast, France, and then Ecuador. There's no time scale at the moment, humongous, none at all. Well, they're not sharing it. I'm sure internally they've got some goals, but they've not told us. Frank, I'm curious about how it is when streamers that prefer to remain anonymous. Is there a session where you talk about filming and photography respecting their anonymity? I struggle to read that. It was a bit more simple than that, dude. It was just a poll on Discord, which you could, like, please tick here if you're okay with people showing your pictures, please cross here if you're not, and then you could see who was in which. So some people didn't want their faces out, and like last year I said that I didn't want my face out there last year, but I had a lot more unwanted attention last year. This year I don't give a shit, you know, so I ticked, but last year I didn't. Yes, I filled up the canteen. How good is Congo? They're not brilliant, but they'll be set up well, they'll be smart, and they'll defend like lions, and they'll be hard to break down. And in theory, the game should look a bit like the Panama game. If all goes well, they'll be hard to break down. Eventually, England will score, and then hopefully maybe score again. But that's in an ideal world. It could go exactly like the Germany game yesterday, where they go up the other end and score, you know. I really hope it doesn't happen, but it could. Congo is not one of the better African teams, though. They're not on the same level as teams like Ivory Coast or Senegal or Morocco. They're kind of like I'd say probably of the African teams, those three are the biggest right now, and then maybe Egypt to the fourth. But Congo are not quite up there with some of the other African teams. Finding a lot of 308. Germany was robbed bad. It was definitely a goal, Siki. It shouldn't have been disallowed. I find it hard to say they were robbed though, because that decision was a robbery, but the fact that they were in that position was entirely their fault, and I think most people would sort of see that. You know, they should have been well ahead. They deserved that goal, and as such, they deserved to go through. But they played so poorly that they shouldn't have been in it. They shouldn't have been trying to get a goal in injury to extra time, should they? They should have. They're more than capable of winning that game. Hey, Mr. WC, I'm doing all right, dude. Yeah, doing pretty well. I'm counting down the days until I go to Freedom Land again. So, in 2 weeks from now, today, I'll be on the plane going to America to see my other half, which I'm very much looking forward to. So, I've not seen her since April. So, that's what's on my mind the most right now. I'm looking forward to that a lot. Needs mosing rounds. Can't help but keep finding 308 everywhere. Ever been to Kentucky? Nope. I have been to America a few times. I've been to Vegas, New York, San Diego, and Portland, Oregon. And while at Portland, Oregon, I went to... where did I go to? Multnomah Falls, Mount Hood. Well, the Hood River, sorry. And we also went to Astoria, where the Goonies was filmed as well. But it was kind of bad weather at the time. Yeah, I met someone last October instead of WC, but they live in America land. I just call it Suffolk, watch this A, or England. By the way, I just to clarify, watch this A, because I think you've asked the question is if you call America Freedom Land, what do you call your home? I don't want any contention here, but I don't call it Freedom Land because I believe it to be incredibly free, and where I am is not. I don't see a lot of difference. I call it that because people are always fucking banging on about it. It's a great place. I like going to America. I've not met many Americans I don't get on with. I think it's a cool place, but the reality is, it seems there's always people banging on about it. Meanwhile, somewhere over in Italy, there's someone staring at a 2,000-year-old building, having an espresso, and not giving a shit. You know, like. I actually think I only went in January, but the actual states, we were around Washington State and Oregon. Like the countryside is lovely, you know. Like it is cool. It's a cool place to be. Be nicer when the weather's better. I'd say of the places I've been, because I've only been, aside from the recent one to visit Miss Portland, obviously, I've mostly been to just out and out tourist places, as in, well, maybe slightly less so San Diego, but still. But like going to New York and Vegas, they're like the two most common places to go if you're only going to go twice, I guess, you know, other than maybe like Disneyland, you know. Of the places I've visited, the place I'd least be bothered about going back to is probably Vegas. The others were cool, you know, but Vegas is it's great if you're a gambler. It's also great if you're not a gambler, but you just want to go for like all-you-can-eat buffets and maybe a few shows. I should think it's probably pretty good, but it wouldn't really tickle my fancy. I think I'd much rather go to pretty much anywhere else in America than Vegas. I think. Obviously, with my gambling background, it's not really somewhere I'd be that interested in going, for obvious reasons, I suppose. I think we ought to make a fire. Fire. Well, the Malola Buckaroo or the St. Paul Rodeo both sound good, Greybeard, yeah. Yeah, it's. I'm just glad. I'm looking forward to it. I've had these flights booked for like more than 2 months, and now it's, well, I think it was mid-70s days when I booked them, and it's now 14. You know, it can't come soon enough. Holy shit, that's insane, Redline. Yesterday we were talking about professional gamblers, and Coach says like, oh, I have a childhood friend who plays poker for a living. Dude just cleared 30 million in earnings. Holy fuck. I can't imagine that at all. Like, the amount of conviction needed to be a professional poker player and not do your dough. Like, the problem with gambling, even if you're really good, you only need to lose massively once and you're starting again, you know. Like, I'm so glad I don't have to do something like that. I know that they're really good at poker and stuff, but there's so much luck involved, you know. Like, there's a lot of skill, but there's a hell of a lot of luck. You can get bad beats, you can get all sorts happen, you know. Fuck that. I used to enjoy playing poker. When I went to Vegas, I played quite a lot of poker. I won as well, but I'm a former gambling addict. I lost over my time of gambling, so it's not a good story, but I won in Vegas. I kind of enjoyed it. It was good, but I did all right at poker as well, but if I was there permanently, I'd have gone fucking poor. Well, more than poor. I'd have lost all my money, for definite. Have you ever had bad dreams about gambling? So that was one of your hardships for you. I've not, Snarks. Never had any dreams about gambling at all, thankfully, no. Maths and odds is quite important, Poseidon, but there's different ways to be a poker player. That's the thing that's kind of interesting about the game. There's no one way to be good. You get kind of flair players that will play not the odds, and you'll get people that play on feel. You'll get on people that play by trying to work out what the opposition has got and like believe that they can bluff them because they know they're sitting on nothing or whatever it might be. But being good at maths and being good at probability is a good starting point for poker, but it's not everybody could know the probability of an outcome, but it doesn't mean that you're good at reading what the other dude's got and knowing when to go against the probability. You know, that's what the professionals do. You know, they know when to call and not, but not just based on odds. I was never. I'm pretty good at maths. I'm pretty good at implied odds. But I was more better at the sort of feel of the game and working out.
Guns and no bullets.
I was better playing opposite somebody and seeing them. I played better in that scenario when I could see them. I could feel if they were somehow kind of just looking at them and like whether they would like they would whether it was time to fold or not. You know. But I wasn't that great. You know. Will DayZ follow the existing model of bullets and no guns, or guns and no bullets? I think they'll probably go with. Chambered guns that jam all the time, Flanker. Yeah. Thank you for the super chat, dude. Appreciate it. Very cool, coach. Yeah, I'll have a check out when I'm not doing this. But yeah, we'll have a look. If you were just playing the odds, you wouldn't play the house always wins. But when you play poker, you're not playing the house, Vixen. The house takes a rake, so you're not playing the house in poker. You're playing the other people at your table. You're playing other real people. It's one of the things that makes poker quite appealing. You're playing against the person sitting opposite you. You're not playing the house. You know, it's not like blackjack. You are playing the house, you know, or roulette or whatever. But in poker, you're playing on a table with other players, and the house takes a little rake of the money. So you're not playing the house. Do I know much about theoretical physics? I'm sure this will surprise you, Psychedelic. No. Did I play online most? I hardly ever played online, Bobby. I used to play with a mate in person sometimes. It's never great if you play the same mate all the time because you can both work out what's going on between your mates after that, you know, but... I played a bit online, but not very much. I won a big tournament that was qualified. It was like a qualifier for a massive tournament, and it had a value of like $10,000, something like that. But it was a really big value win, and it cost me next to nothing to enter, and I won that tournament. But the following big tournament was that night, and I got drunk and fell asleep. So I missed it. It was Texas Hold'em I used to play. Like I played the tour. It took so long to play the qualifier tournament, and I won it. But by the time it was over, I was like drunk, and then I went in the other room to chill out for a bit, and woke up, and the tournament was over. What's my prediction for the match tomorrow? I think England can get through against them, dude. I'm not that confident that I'm sure it's nailed on to happen. I've seen England a lot. They can lose, you know. I believe England will beat Congo. I think the next game is going to be harder. I still think they're capable, but it's going to be very hard. Like playing either Mexico or Ecuador at altitude is going to be tricky. But they're capable. We'll just have to hope. I hope they can do it. I don't know they will do it, though, you know.
Only have like 50 hours and only really played Livonia. I play on PS5. Have you got any tips on servers and best way to start on Cheneris?
I don't know anything about PlayStation 5 servers, dude, but I guess Karma Crew would be a decent place to try. I should imagine Karma Crew is a pretty good one to try if you want a community server. I think that's a broad subject, Cheneris and how to start. Like, kill a few zombies, get a bit of food, get a melee weapon and a bag, drink at the well, and then move inland is basically the best meta, but beyond the obvious, it's a really complex subject that needs a lot of loot route guides and a lot of videos to make it actually worthwhile, I think, dude. Right, I'm going to do something... No, do I want to do that? Not really. I'd like to find a hunting scope, but I guess actually let's forget it. Fuck that. Actually, I was just going to say I'm not going anywhere where I could get a scope, but I am. I could check a few more houses that have good chances for scopes. I think I've seen hunting scopes on here as well in the past as well, but not very often. Can't be fucked with that. Can't be fucked with that either. We Are the People, thank you for the super chat, dude. Appreciate it. Thank you. Fucking hell, 308 everywhere. Give me 1 sec, guys. Right, I am going to go for a wee and make a coffee. I'll be back. I've just checked the server clock. There's plenty of people in the server. It's just a smidge under full. It's got plenty of people in it. But I just checked because if there was a big queue, I couldn't have logged out. But I can. I'll be back in a second. No interactions is a bummer. Well, I ran away from the geared dudes, Wiz, and I've been trying to find loot, so I'm kind of ready for an interaction now because I've got bullets, right? I'm too far into the map to be finding friendly players, probably, so I'm only ready to bump into players now. I've got a Mosin and a scope and a shotgun, you know? Right, I'll be back in a sec, guys.
Yup, smiley face. TRMZ love.
Right, I'm back. I even managed to put a post on Instagram while I was gone. That was pretty impressive. It's only a little picture of one of the path markers that we followed on the walk that we did last week. Actually, this time last week. Well, I was just on the way back, I think, this time last week. But yeah, it's just like one of the green path markers. I stuck it on Instagram just now while I was having a piss. A sit-down piss, by the way. I can't stand and use my phone. I'm not that accurate. Alright, let me get back in. Primal, thank you very much for the bits. Cheers for the sniping, dude. Thank you. Alpha Fonz, thank you very much too. Cheers as well. Cheers both, thank you. Paul_OnlyManZ. Oh shit, someone's at the door. Give me 1 sec, guys. I'm trying to shut out my game. Right, I'm back. Sorry, guys. Tin Bender, dude, thank you. Cheers for the support. Appreciate it. Sit down wee. It must be a special occasion. No, I always sit down wee. I'm just not an accurate pisser. I think it might be an age thing. Not the accuracy of pissing. I mean, the decision to take the risk of pissing on your own floor or not. When you were a kid, you maybe care less. But when it's either you that's got to clean it up or someone that's going to fucking kill you about it because, like, yeah, it's your missus. I tend to have found that taking a sit-down piss is just a much better way than pissing on the floor and having to fix it. I'm sure some of you out there are real sharp shooters and all, but the reality is sometimes I find that you can aim exactly. You could have a piss at 11 o'clock and then a piss at 1 o'clock, and you aim exactly the same, but the first piss starts with like a real jet and is slightly to the left, and then the second piss starts with a little trickle and is slightly to the right or slightly to the middle or not the same way. Or so I'm very much keen to like, rather than rely on chaos theory to decide whether I piss on the floor or not, I just avoid that. It's just one of those things, you know, like maybe I've got a strange penis, but it doesn't always go exactly the same way, so why bother taking the chance, you know? I'm not a gambler, not anymore. Blind Legends Gaming, cheers for the support, dude. I don't know what you really mean there, dude, but I appreciate the super chat. Thank you. I don't know what you mean by support, but thank you for coming in. Tim Bender, thank you very, very much. Appreciate it, dude. Very nice, Redline. So you're going to be a 2 Rivian family, are you? You bloody show-off. That's cool, though. Right, let's get up here. Just want to check around for a scope. If I find a scope, I'm going to drop the Mosin and keep the Blaze. I'm going to put the camera on, guys. It's definitely getting night time, isn't it? Actually dark as fuck in here. I can't see anything. I really haven't got everything set up as it should be at the moment. Like, since I've got the new rig, the monitor settings stayed the same, but it's just different. I'm struggling to see. I need to have another play with the settings. It's not the game settings, it's something on my monitor, and it's just different between this PC and the last PC. It's the same graphics card, but it's a different motherboard and a different rig entirely, and I don't know, at night time I'm just struggling to see. Redline, when my Tesla went back on May the 12th, and my mum was up staying in the Midlands for 2 weeks because of my grandma. I borrowed her car, and it was like, it was weird. It was weird because I had to put a bit of petrol in, and it had been quite a while. Turn the chests on. Yeah, I'll turn the chests on, Sicky. Funny enough, your mum asked me something similar the other day about it. But anyway, sorry, I won't go there. No more mum jokes. No, I'm not going to turn the cheats on, which is what I think you meant. No cheats for me, thank you. It genuinely makes me smile that people, not you, I know you're joking. People legitimately try to say that I cheat, and they clearly can't watch the streams because I must be a certain kind of special if I can get no kills for like literally a week on end and I'm cheating at the same time. Jackson, the Tesla went back. I now have a different car. I have a BMW iX3. I've had it about 3 weeks or so. It was still pretty good, the Tesla, though. I think the range was a smidge lower than when I first got it, but I think it was still pretty close to how it was before. It might have been 5 or 10% away from where it was when I first got it, maybe, but maybe a bit less than that. Maybe like 5% worse than it was when it was new, maybe. Yeah, I know you're kidding, Sicky, by the way. It's all good. Believe it or not, I don't tend to reply to your mum jokes to someone that I think is being serious. You know, if I ever reply with a your mum joke, which I only half did, but I'm never replying with that normally to someone that's serious. I normally only do that to people that are pulling my leg, you know, or similar. The loot's the same, Vortex. The loot's the same, but I think it's not a bad place to start. But the game is hard when you're first starting. If you're new to the game is hard and finding loot is tricky, but it gets easier because you get more used to the meta of how to play, you know? Richie Rich Pants Running Mans. Yeah, I know. Richie Rich Pants. Someone asked me about my car and I answered, you know, like, it's not like I'm well, I am kind of ramming it down your throat because somebody asked, but yeah. Anyway. With his BMWs and Teslas. Well, you can start streaming, Relish, you know, if you start now, maybe in 12 years' time there can be someone else called Relish Guy calling you Richie Rich Relish, you know. Everyone can stream, give it a go. And there's plenty of people watching right now who've got better cars than I have, trust me. Don't mind it straight down my throat. Could have signalled first. Not with a BMW, Roshan. We don't. We get instructions when you buy them. The dealers in the shop tell you, right, you see these things here? You don't need to use these anymore. Don't use them. That little lever on the left there, don't do that. Instead, occasionally flash your lights at people, but then don't let them go. The fully electric iX3 that just came out, Jack's only, yeah. I think this car will last a lot more than 65k miles, Smarks, but that's okay. I probably won't keep it for that many miles anyway, so it's alright. There's Teslas out there that have done like 200,000 or 300,000 miles, isn't there, you know? Like they're getting used like 24/7, but that's by the by. It's fine. That does happen, Vortex. Sometimes you can be unlucky and the loot route you're taking is exactly behind someone that's already taken it. It really does happen. It's kind of frustrating, but it does happen. Yeah, it's all snarks. It's all good snarks. What does BMW stand for? I can't remember. Motorworks. Something Motorworks, isn't it? I can't remember. Bavarian Motorworks, yeah. That's why they say BMW in the UK. Sorry, in Germany. BMW, so Bavarian Motorworks. I think I have played with Cam Can't Run, Iggy. Yeah, not Iggy, sorry, Accuracy. I did play with Cam maybe a year or so ago. I met Cam Can't Run at San Diego last year. That was kind of fun too. He lives nearby. Apple, here's to another month. Thank you very much, Apple. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. DayZ 2 is in the works, Sam. Yeah, they confirmed it to a few of us last week on Wednesday, so 6 days ago. And Catpocalypse, you're just saying the same thing. Yes, it's DayZ 2 is definitely confirmed. The devs have confirmed it themselves. We got to meet the project lead for DayZ 2. His name's David. He did say his surname, but I didn't catch it. But yeah, they are working on DayZ 2. Yes. Helicopter crash site at the airfield. God, that's dark. Fuck me. The zombies could... Oh, I thought that was a player then. It was a fucking twig. The zombies already being at the heli is no great surprise. These seem here a bit quick. Maybe somebody else is already nearby, but... Like, normally when you come up to this hill, they start kind of... This is weird. When I look like that, I can see quite well. When I look down the scope, it's dark. It's darker. Massively so. Fucking Mosins with their fucking sunglasses scopes. I don't think so, Dobbs. I think that court thing that everyone refers to with the Microsoft, all that was Microsoft and a list of companies and what potential future content they could release. And it included DayZ 2 as one of the things Bohemia could release. But from everything the devs have said, there was no plans for DayZ 2 back then, and they're really, really early days on it right now. Always find a plate Z here. Yeah, that's kind of a handy place to get them. Thankfully, I've got one, but yeah, you're right. It's not a bad place to get one. Usually there's one just out on the airfield, just at the first bit there, but I didn't even bother looking. Dobbs, DayZ 2 will be tough. The game is now amazing. It reminds me of World of Warcraft. How can you make World of Warcraft? I guess fresh story, new graphics will be... I think that's it. It's all about changing the setting and making it incrementally better for the most part. But there's plenty of things that aren't perfect with DayZ, like the AI and whatnot, the cheats and so on as well, perhaps. But there's plenty of things that can be improved on. And Churnerus, the map, for example, the interiors look 12, 13, 14 years old. The graphics are tired, you know. We don't want necessarily just new Churnerus, but a new setting with new design and new graphics, new animations, new artworks and whatnot that make the game feel more modern and more up to date would be a big step change, you know. Effectively, it could be the same kind of game, which I think it will be, because you're still going to be looting, you're still going to be hunting, you'll be surviving zombies and whatnot, and surviving other players. But if it's like that, but with much more modern graphics, and when I say modern, I'm not under the illusion that we're going to get graphics like you'll get in the new Grand Theft Auto, because that's not the same game, or like some single-player game that's got amazing new current graphics, but something that's akin to Arma 4 or Arma Reforger is very likely, isn't it? You know, that'll be okay. It's going to be a step forward. What's that face and sound program they talked about? It's mocap, Diggle, and mocap is it's not really a program. Mocapping is like how they make Gollum for Lord of the Rings, for want of a better word. That's maybe not the best description, but mocapping is when you're recording someone's real world movement to then put it into a video game effectively, or put it onto a character. So like the player animations for DayZ have been mocapped. You know, somebody wears a suit with lots of little white balls on it over their limbs and their hands and whatnot, and then they put the same little balls on guns and things, and then do reload animations and such like. Come play Airsoft with Redline and me in Minnesota. I don't want to play Airsoft. Well, it'd be good to shoot Redline about a million times in the ballsack though. But yeah, Airsoft ain't really my bag. Does the tanker helmet protect you from headshots? I think so. My mate doesn't. Who's right? Oh, cuz. The tanker helmet does stop you getting shot in the brain, and it has a very, very, very tiny, tiny amount of ballistic protection. But it's not as good as the other helmets. You can check it on Wobo's website. It has all the information on there. But the tanker helmet has a very small amount of ballistic protection, in the same way as a leather jacket does. But it's only a small amount. It doesn't do the same job as a ballistic helmet. Any of the military helmets is better than the tanker helmet. It's too dark to see in there. Can't see shit. Leather jacket has ballistic protection. Not really, no. It gives you a tiny little bit more. But the leather jacket gives you a slightly lower chance of getting cut. And I think it has a tiny, tiny smidge of protection, but not enough that would make any difference. Don't quote me on the leather jacket, but that's definitely right for the tanker helmet. You'll have to check on Wobo's website. Tottenham have agreed an 85 million deal to sign Portugal midfielder Matias Fernandes. I don't know a lot about him, but I did watch West Ham towards the end of the season, and he stood out as their best player along with Jared Bowen. Fernandes looked good. That's a lot of money. I don't know how old he is. Seems a lot of money, especially since West Ham have gotten relegated. You know, normally you can get relegated players on a better deal, but he did look good. He did look really good, but 85 million, you know, that's a lot. He's 21. Yeah, well, it's still a lot, but he did look like West Ham's best player along with Bowen. He's 21. He's Premier League proven, you know, like, it's one of those that it might seem like a crazy buy, or 6 months down the line it looks like a good deal, you know, but it's crazy money. Please pronounce it BMW. Let us hear you speak German. No, I can't speak German. I can say Werk. There you go. I said Motorenwerk. Motorenwerk. I can't do the other word. Bayerisch. Oh, there you go. Bayerisch Motorenwerk. There you go. All right, I did it, Mega Cap. I don't know why I did. I know I'm just lying here prone, guys. I'm not really in a hurry because it's dark as shit and I can't see anywhere. So I've been reading the chat and taking my time. And I've just seen you, Schwar, asking that exact question. It's not even that dark, but I can't see very well, you know. I can see over... You've got a gamma, obviously. I can see down there, fine. But when I aim down the scope, it's really dark down there. It's just shit. Like in there, I can't see in there. It's way darker than it should be for light night mode. It's just the way it's set up. I just can't seem to get it right. Do I check that heli site? I think I'm going to go and check the heli site. What's the score in the football, by the way? Norway, Ivory Coast. I'm guessing it's still 0-0. Oh, Norway are 1-0 up, are they? Holy shit, I think I predicted Ivory Coast win, so yeah, that's going to be one that I get wrong. Unless Ivory Coast equalise. Well, to be honest, Jan Diamond plays for Ivory Coast, and he's fucked off Liverpool, so I hope they get beat now, you know, but nonetheless, I still predicted Ivory Coast to win. Jan Diamond has said he wants to play for PSG, which is no surprise, because he speaks French and is kind of French, I think. Ivory Coast and France are kind of linked, aren't they, so... he could be from Ivory Coast but still be kind of French or feel it, speak it and whatever. But so I can see why PSG would be his dream club. But bollocks to him. I say bollocks to him. Calibrate by shouting at it. I see you've understood how my tech skills are, yeah. Maybe tap the top of the monitor a couple of times. There's a light. What's causing that? What the fuck? Oh, it's a zombie head torch doing it.
My neighbors were looking at me funny while I was mowing the lawn and whistling the TRMZ intro song.
They were probably thinking, oh, blimey, we just thought it was only us that liked him in this street. That's cool, Primal. Thank you very much for coming in. Cheers for the resub, dude. Actually could do with that head torch. It'll be handy for the bunker if we get there. I wouldn't mind going and finding the science guy, but I don't know. I was hoping we'd get some action. Maybe nighttime people have logged out. Holy shit. That zombie's got speed hacks. Fucking 9mm, what a joke. Why do you want a DMR mag at a shitty fucking... Why the fucking bollocks? What a shit. What a load of old shit. Right. Bollocks to that and bollocks to the blaze. I'm not going back. Would you be in the World Cup, US for the World Cup final? I am definitely there, Redline, yes. That I am absolutely... I've always been eager to see England do well. But even more so, like the idea of them still being in the tournament while I'm being in America, and maybe I can watch the semi-final in a bar, and if I'm lucky enough and they somehow fluke their way to the final, I could watch that in a bar too. That'd be amazing. It would be so good, yeah. So I land on the 14th. If England make it that far, and I'm not assuming they will, before anyone starts telling me about it, if they made it that far, they would be in the semi-final on the 15th, day after, and then the final is the 19th, so I'd be able to see both. That would be amazing. The semi-final and the final aren't in Seattle, Sully, so I wouldn't be able to see those. Why so few viewers? Did you fall off? Yeah, channel's dying, Bam. I don't actually know how many viewers there are, dude, but I don't know. How many viewers am I on? Right, I'm going to head back up towards the middle of the map, see if there's anyone to shoot at and maybe find the science guy. 1.6 is a little bit lower than usual. It's a little bit lower, but on YouTube you're at the mercy of the algorithm some, you know. 1.6 is still decent, but it's a little bit low. It's night time. I think we were on 2 to 2,500 yesterday, so I don't think I've fallen off since yesterday, dude, but it varies from one day to the next. Everybody's views have gone down on YouTube, unfortunately. Like, I was talking to the Freshborns briefly about it last week, but YouTube changed the way it displays live streams to its audience, and we've both halved our views since the turn of the year, so somewhere around February-ish, February-March, my views kind of halved, but so did everybody else's, you know. Like, it's just the way YouTube sends people to where they send them when you land on YouTube. They're not so focused on streams at the moment. You mean if England makes the final, you wouldn't drop a quick 50k US and for you and the missus to catch a game? No way. No. It would be amazing, and it would be really meaningful to see England play in the World Cup final. But no, I wouldn't spend 50,000 to watch it. No way. I don't have 50,000. I'm not going to plead poverty. I do have $50,000, but I don't have it freely available to spend. No way. I never have that kind of money just freely available. I'm not stupid enough to just leave it sitting in the bank in a current account, you know, like. So no, I wouldn't commit that kind of money to watch. Where the fuck am I? I didn't mean to come this way. Fucking, why am I in this town? I'm going back out and going the other way. I'm going to go that way. I don't mind where you watch, Tyler, either one. Wherever you're happy, I'm very happy, grateful you're watching, you know. What other profession would I pick? Rodney, I'd like to choose professional layabout. I don't know, dude. I'd like to not go back into retail. That's the main thing. I don't want to do retail. It sucks. I don't know. If DayZ went tits up tomorrow, I'm not sure what I'd do, really, but not retail.
Hey, did you know Oregon State is 2% larger than the UK in size?
I didn't, but I do now. I'm not surprised. We are a relatively small country. It always baffles me, like when you play Civilization, right, the game. If you start as the UK, if you start as I think it's normally Queen Victoria, isn't it? I forget who the character is now, but it's obvious. It seems a massive disadvantage to be on such a small island, right? It's amazing that we ever did what we did. It was the Navy mostly, I think, but Navy and a bit of front, you know. It's still it's not necessarily the best of times, but it's fucking insane that it worked. Retail hasn't gotten any better. I'm quite sure it hasn't, dude. Oregon is 2% larger in area, encompassing 98,381 square miles compared to the UK's 93,628 square miles. That doesn't surprise me. Lots of states of America are bigger, way bigger. Some aren't they? 2 or 3 times bigger, but most of them don't have 70 million people living there, I guess. Not easily being invaded is a big advantage, but through the course of history we've been invaded a shitload, Spiffy. So I don't think that really works, you know. Like, there's most of our roads in the UK are Roman. We were invaded by the Saxons, the Normans, the fucking Vikings, the Romans. We definitely got invaded our fair share. Watches and Scotches. I think there is actually some kind of channel out there called Watches and Scotches. I've not seen that, Bam, no. Right, we're on the right track to get back to the volcano, that's good. There's a 44-year-old player at Wimbledon, is there? I hope they do okay. How did Novak Djokovic play? I've never really warmed to Novak Djokovic so much, but now he's kind of at the twilight of his career. I'd like to see him win one more Wimbledon or one more one more major. I think that'd be cool. For whatever reason, when Federer was still playing, I just liked Federer more. He just seemed like a bit more of a Rolls-Royce player, and he was not just power. Not that Djokovic is, but I just kind of liked Federer more. Serena Williams is playing. You can see why then. You know, like Serena Williams was so much ahead of her field in her prime that even at 44 she could still potentially be competitive, if that makes sense. You know, I don't think she'll win it or anything. I've not seen her play, but I'm not surprised that she's able to compete because she was so much better than everyone else when she was 34, you know. Flinsky's, I've been killed a couple of times and we avoided some really geared dudes with MVGs and whatnot earlier. I'm going to have to make a fire. That sucks. It's been a while though. We've managed to avoid it for a good while. She's 24 years older than her opponent. Fucking hell. I still need some alcohol tincture, don't I? I've been blasé as shit with the zombies, but I haven't got any meds. I'm going to go down here. I might try and make a fire in a shed, but it is a bit of a gamble because the shed still lets some heat out. Sorry, light out. In fact, I might just go to one of the houses further on and just let it create smoke and take my chances, because the ambient light, even from a shed, is not so smart, I don't think. Might see what sheds they are here. What's my favourite map? Chernerus. Oh shit. I can't make a fire in here. Or here. Or here. Fuck it. There's no date for Badlands as yet, Bam. I think it'll be in the autumn, you know, somewhere between, well, I'm guessing mid to late September or on the way to November somewhere, but that's just a guess. Like, they're doing experimental the Road to Badlands patch tomorrow, but we're already, like, that's July the 1st. That patch could be up towards the end of the July while they fix things and change things and whatnot. Like, I don't think that patch will go stable until August sometime, which means, and that's the Road to Badlands patch, it's not Badlands, right? So if they're only doing that tomorrow, I see that landing maybe early to mid-August. I feel like Badlands is not going to be before September, October, November. I did get to play Badlands last week, and it looks really far along. It looks like it's mostly done, so they might be just tweaking it and like making it look nice and moving the odd little thing that's a bit wrong, like artifacts and shit that are a bit out of place. I didn't shoot any new gun shadow back. I did find a Luger, but I didn't shoot it. First 2 kills ever on PvP DayZ on Sunday. GG, dude. Oh shit. Give a gap in the fence, please. Give a gap in the fence. Oh, fuck off! Why is there no gap in the fucking fence? And the zombies can just fucking jump it as well. I hate that so much. I can't jump it, but the zombies can. I'm so close to getting sick here, aren't I? This sucks. I didn't get blood illness the last time. I'm not going to know if I've got blood illness this time because I've already got the 6 symbol on the screen. Oh my god. Oh, well, I will know when I start going, ugh. Kandos, I really like Sakhal occasionally. It has something. It's a cool map. It's just not quite finished. There's not enough variation. It's not quite there, you know. It's pretty good. But there's not enough variation in the loot routes, and there's not enough to do. Like, when you get geared, there's not enough to do. So this is an absolute beacon, but the one thing it is not a way for me to die, hopefully, unless I get shot right now. Just actually realised that the storm might put that fire out. Haven't really been paying attention, but yeah, anyway. We'll find out. I think the storm's going to put that fire out. I don't pick up alcohol tincture. I played like 150 hours and never got a disease from a dirty bandage. Is there a reason why it's important? You've probably been lucky and you've not been using a dirty bandage most of the time, accuracy. So, if you're using like the rag that you spawned with, or you find the bandage you spawned with, or you find bandages in medical, they're all disinfected. So, if your rag isn't disinfected, it's a 50-50 chance you'll get sick when you use it. And if you use it and you get sick, you get a wound infection, and then within 20 minutes, if you don't cure that, it moves to sepsis and it can kill you. So you either use it, you're either very lucky, or more likely you've been mostly using bandages that are disinfected. Thank you very much, Dirt Dog. Maple flavoured Monopoly sounds delightful. What channel is the football on in the UK right now? Is it on BBC or ITV? It's on BBC. Alright, I'm just going to quickly put it on while I'm at the fire. If I can find the fucking thing. There it is. I just put it on my phone. Thank you for letting me know. Watch live. Holy shit, it just looks like Senegal just... Sorry, not Senegal. Ivory Coast just scored as I turned it on. So the Ivory Coast have just scored against Norway to make it 1-1. My coverage will probably be 20 or 30 seconds behind your coverage, but from what people were saying earlier, they've been the better team and maybe deserved it. So yeah, that's maybe good if that's the case. Fucking Yan Diamond. Yeah, you're very lucky then, Accuracy. Or maybe you're playing on a server that's community and has turned it off. You never know, it's possible. It's cool that it's another good game, though. If you're a Norway fan, I'm sure you're gutted. That dude's gutted, he's just kicked a post. But it's kind of nice that they've added this last 32 phase, and there was a bit of a conjecture that it was going to make the games not competitive. Well, that's not the case so far. You know, the first game, Canada versus South Africa, was a really bad game with two pretty bad teams. But the last 32, the way everybody was talking was like there was going to be loads of games like that. That's not the case so far, is it? It's been good. The games have been very, very good. The games today look good, like France against Sweden looks good, and then Mexico against Ecuador likewise, you know, like the games have for the most part, been really competitive. Dirt Dog, thank you very much. Tui Tombs, thank you as well. Scalapita, thank you for the Prime. Primal Muffin, thank you too. So I can get 2+ symbols here, so I might as well wait. The lower ranked teams have been underestimated somewhat. I don't know, Tyler. I don't know. Like, I predicted Morocco would beat the Netherlands. I certainly didn't see Paraguay beating Germany. I think, but for the most part, like today's game, there isn't a lower ranked team between Ivory Coast and Norway. I couldn't really pick between the two of them, you know. A lot of the teams are a lot better now. I think that's very true. I didn't see Paraguay beating Germany, but Germany were way below par, you know. That when you get a surprise like that, it takes a combination of things, doesn't it? For Paraguay to beat Germany, it takes Germany being bad and Paraguay being good, and those two have to happen, you know. Like that's happened, but when Paraguay play France in the next round, it probably will be France. It almost certainly won't happen again, will it, you know? I don't know. That was a big upset. I was surprised that happened, but I've not been surprised by most of the others. Thank you, Accuracy. Accuracy. Yeah, it is Accuracy. No, I wasn't Pappy. No, I'm doing picks for the last 32. I picked Morocco to go through. Morocco are good. I've watched Morocco a bit. I watched the game Morocco against Brazil. Morocco are really good. I think the Morocco-Netherlands was not far from 50-50, you know. Like, I don't think there was a lot in it. Like, this Ivory Coast-Norway game feels kind of 50-50 too. The Netherlands are just not quite as good now as they were a few years ago. Like, anybody that's from the Netherlands would say the same. They're not quite as good as they used to be. Like, Norway, if anything, are a little bit better right now than they've been for a good while. But the Netherlands, if anything, are a touch worse. You're starting early tomorrow, right? Yeah, I am redline, so I'm not even going to be doing a walk tomorrow. I think I got first world thing. I've got my cleaners coming. They normally leave about 10:30, and then I'm going to get ready and start. I think I'm going to start about 11. Right, I've got the plus symbols. I don't want to play anymore in the night time. I'm going to go and put my dinner on, and then come back, and then I'll be ready to start, and it won't be night anymore. And that seems like a good plan. I'll be back in a sec, won't I? Pro streamer, that can talk about make your audience. No wonder my channel's dying. Fuck me dead. Right, thanks guys. Cheers. 2 of you reminded me, both of you. Thank you. Right, I'm back. I have got smoky chipotle beef with rice and char grilled onions and something, I think. I forget. Oh, Haaland has scored. Holy shit. Fucking hell. Well, it looks like I'm getting that one now. Because it's, well, there's still time for him to equalise, but it's less likely. Nearly into the 86th minute. It's not a burrito, dude, no. It's like the contents of a burrito, but without the burrito. It's made from, it's like a meal prep meal, so it's made by a person and they put it in a thing for you to reheat. It's like a meal prep thing, like Factor in America. Dirt Dog, dude, thank you very much for your own remembering and also for the gifted memberships, and Tim Bender as well. Thank you both of you guys, I appreciate it. I ain't got my headphones on at the moment, but I managed to see them both. Thank you. I do like burritos a lot. I had a burrito last week in Prague actually, it was pretty good. Cheers Wizbo, take it easy dude. Haaland's got 60 goals in 53 games for Norway. That's a good strike rate, isn't it? Fucking hell. Norway do have a pretty decent team. They are pretty decent. But so are Ivory Coast. I guess it bucks the trend of yesterday where like the African and South American teams were beating the European ones. I'll get back in the server in a sec. I can't eat this and play, so the reason I'm having my dinner now is just so that we can get rid of the night time and then carry on, but I can't eat this with a fork and play the game. Ain't possible. How is this possible? Omni-Man, yeah, I had some kind of breakfast burrito and it was really salty. I didn't like it very much. Coach Z had the same thing and really liked his. Maybe mine had more salt, or maybe my taste buds are too sensitive. I'm too cheap to pay for cable, and watching the World Cup in the States isn't easy. Some of the Redline was saying it's possible to watch all of the games free in America now, dude. So you might be able to get a heads up on how to do that in a sec. I think apparently you can watch them on YouTube, but it's free over air, so you need a TV aerial to receive it. Dirt Dog, thank you. Yeah, it's been a while. I played it when 129 came out, but it's been a while since then. I really like this. This is really good.
Have a great evening, TRMZ love.
Jan Diamond is going up the left wing. And they've lost the ball. Norway have got it back in possession. If Norway got any sense, they'll just hold the ball. Excuse me. Oh, they're nearly scoring. Fuck me dead. I got kind of half inhaled a bit. That was good. Seven minutes of added time. lodged in my fucking throat now. This is a little bit spicy, and having a little bit of hot coffee is exactly what I didn't need to help with that. Can you not die, Paul? I'll try not to, Michelle. I'll probably be alright for today. Fuck me. Still there. Just had a swig of me water. That was something. Fountain. One of the Ivory Coast forwards has just fallen down like he's been shot. I think he wants a free kick. He's not going to get one. Ooh, that was quite exciting. Crossing from the left. Goldie parries it. Ivory Coast is still in, just outside the 18-yard box on the right-hand side of the pitch. Gone down to the wing. He's going to cross it. No, short board inside the 18-yard box, right on the line, and back. They ain't got time for this. Get a crossing. He gets a crossing, and Jan Diamond hovers in the air over the player. He's shouting for a free kick. Looks like he's given one away, but he's claiming for a penalty. He slaps the floor in despair, and I think, good. Sorry, Jan Diamond. You should be going to Liverpool, not PSG. Right. And that's where the commentary ends. Oh, they've just replayed Erling Haaland's tap-in. He looks quite happy about it. He's got a great big cheesy grin on his face. Yeah, Roach Ride, when you watch it on the app via my phone, it's always a long way behind. It's annoying, but yeah, the app is behind. The coverage in the UK is a little bit like behind the coverage in America for obvious reasons, because it has to come from America to the UK. But if we watch it on the telly, it's much closer, whereas on the apps, it's always about 20 seconds back. Right, at least it's daylight now. Shockingly enough, I think your game and my game are in time with each other. How long is your tea party? I just had chipotle beef. The Norway fans are singing in unison, and the Ivory Coast goalkeeper has the ball. I don't think... Well, they've got 3.5 minutes left. It's not looking good. Oh, fuck off. How did that not connect? Play-by-play was perfect. Yeah, it's quite fun. If I knew the player names accurately, I could do that, but I don't know the player names. I only know Jan Diamond. I've not seen much of the Ivory Coast. I saw them in... I forget which game I saw, but they looked okay. Norway have a player lying on the ground like he's been shot, hoping that the game will end, but the referee's not giving it up. Ivory Coast are still on the ball, trying to attack. And strangely enough, he's no longer on the ground like he's been shot. When he realised the ref hasn't given it up, he got up and carried on. Oh, there's some pushing and shoving. Holy shit. That bit that I'd nearly had half dislodged, half lodged in my throat just came out, so that's good. I've got to be honest, looking at the font of the numbers on the Norway jerseys, I feel like they deserve to lose for the fonts of those fucking numbers. They're awful. They want kicking out because of the state of that font. Fuck me. Oh god, my throat's really sore now. I definitely just coughed up a bit that was stuck. Fuck me. Shoot, one sec, guys. Sorry. Oh, that was really good. Fucking hell. Norway keeper saved it. It was going left-hand side, not quite top left corner, but it was a good save. Dead feather, I'm not coughing anything to do with Prague. I've just inhaled some of my dinner because I was talking and eating at the same time like a twat. I've done it before. How much time is left? 1 minute. I've just got to get that right. My throat is all kinds of fucked at the moment. Feels like I've got a bit of mint stuck in the back of my throat. Fuck me dead. This choking fit is brought to you by Thrive. Subscribe today for 10% off your breathing. Yeah. The ball's back with the goalkeeper of Ivory Coast. The ref's going to blow the whistle in like 30 seconds. He hoofs it up the field in the hope that it'll make it to a player in orange, which it does. Ivory Coast have got the ball. He's going down the right. He's got to get a cross in. Norway comes in, makes a sliding tackle. The ball goes nowhere. It's a corner. Ivory Coast have got a corner. Don't take it short. You take it short. Yeah, okay. This is like the last kick of the game. They've got a corner. The Ivory Coast goalkeeper is coming up. He's been given permission from the dugout to go up. He's just around the centre circle of the 18-yard box, the circle of the 18-yard box. Ivory Coast dude's pulling his socks up and fucking around. The referee could blow. They did that in a game previously. He wants to get it in. He does. He wants to get it in. You ain't got time for this, mate. No floor play. Get right in there. Straight to the money shot. He crosses. It bobbled around a little bit. Ivory Coast still have the ball. The ref's going to blow the whistle any fucking second. He really needs to get a cross in. Just hoof it in. Oh, I think that's it. Full time. Haaland has got the cheesiest fucking grin on his face that I've ever seen. I am Bob Fleming, yeah. I inhaled sharply through the nose. I already got it, dude. It came out, but in coming out, it gave me a feeling like I had it still stuck in my throat for a minute, but it's kind of gone now. Yeah, the general consensus by those that saw the game was that Ivory Coast were the better team, but it is a problem. One thing that Norway have is a goal scorer, you know, like, I don't know who scored the other goal for Norway. I don't think it was Haaland, but being able to convert your chances at international level is vital, and creating 8 chances and scoring 1 is not good enough. I don't know what the stats say, by the way, but it's better to create 3 chances and score 2, isn't it? You know, your conversion rate is what matters. Norway against Brazil next. That's a fun game. That's a good game to watch. I'm still fucking coughing. Jesus Christ. It's like it's done a bit of damage to my throat when I coughed it up. Oh, fuck me dead. Ivory Coast had 5 shots on target and Norway had 4. That still doesn't tell the whole story. But it sounds like the Ivory Coast had a lot of possession, but didn't turn it into many goal-scoring chances, doesn't it? You know, which is quite critical. It looked like a good game from just the little bit that I saw. two Scandinavian teams today. I don't see Sweden getting through because they've got to play France, but I'm going to watch that. I'm going to watch that with Miss Portland, the France versus Sweden game. So Norway's XG was 2.02, Ivory Coast's was 1.36, so I don't really go a bundle on XG, but at least it was kind of accurate for that. But going to be so easy for Sweden? Yeah, you're right, Eric. So easy. Do you do the commentary for Miss Portland? Nah. She's too busy going, bitch, get up, he didn't even touch you. It was kind of funny. We've been talking about the rules and stuff. We've been talking about the rules. I've been watching the game, and there was a handball in the box in the game yesterday, and she instantly said his hand was in a natural position. No foul, no penalty. It was fucking brilliant. I'm sitting there like, oh, that's so cool. It's like she's like exactly she knows what's going on. Sweden's only chance is to take it to penalties. Probably. There is just the smallest chance that France could implode. It won't happen, but France could implode. Someone could have like what's his name? The youngster that plays for Bayern Munich, playing for Germany yesterday. He didn't get a free kick, and then he went flying in. Musiala. He went flying into some tackle, and he got a yellow for catching the dude with his trailing leg. If he'd caught the dude with his front leg, he'd have been sent off. You know, you never know. Something weird could happen. And I don't know, one of the French players feels hard done by and then manages to get himself sent off, and then things could be weird, you know. But yeah, France are rightly massively heavy favourites. I'm just going to go down there and reset my plus symbol. Hi Cowie Cam, hope you're good. Anything can happen in football, that's why knockouts are great. Look at Germany and even Holland. Well, I don't think the Netherlands was an upset, dude. Morocco were really good. Morocco got to the semi-final of the last World Cup. They've got good players. They look good. Morocco are decent, you know. I don't think that was as much of an upset, but the Germany one was a massive upset, yeah. Yeah, I've picked France today in my picks with Redline just for fun. But if I'm honest, I'll be rooting for Sweden. I'll be hoping Sweden win that game, because I want England to have the best chance of winning the World Cup, and Sweden beating France helps England, you know. I don't think England will win it, but they have a small chance. But their small chance gets a bit better if France get beat, I think. Liverpool are being linked with that youngster that plays for Lille, that plays for Morocco. I forget his name. I've not seen a great deal of him play, but Liverpool are being strongly linked with him at the moment, along with a few other teams as well. Redline, I've never really seen him. I know they played with him on Tarkov ages ago. I think one of the Hey You video games guys was playing as the pretend dead guy #1. So I think they've been playing together for a bit, haven't they? Yeah, it's kind of cool. I think Sweden beating France today would be a bigger upset by miles than Morocco beating the Netherlands. It wouldn't be as big of an upset, I don't think, as Paraguay beating Germany yesterday, because Paraguay are nowhere near. But it wouldn't be far away. In this particular World Cup with the odds, I guess it probably is similar. It's kind of the same sort of level. Paul, British or American style bacon preference? I like what we'd call Danish bacon. I prefer back bacon. I do like the crispy stuff. You know, more than I like the American bacon too. The really crispy stuff. It can be really nice. Like I do prefer the what I'm used to personally. I prefer back bacon. I don't have it very much though, because bacon goes best in a sandwich. Bacon sandwiches are fucking amazing, and I don't tend to have bacon sandwiches on account of the fact that it's gluten, and I've also been losing weight for more than a year. A bacon or a sausage sandwich on your day off at the weekend or something, oh my god. It's a thing of beauty. Like getting some nice bread and making a really good sandwich with some good sausages or so. Oh my god, I miss that. A BLT or a bacon club sandwich is your all-time favourite. Well, a bacon sanger in the UK is usually for breakfast, and it's just like warm bacon, like proper, just cooked bacon, with the preference, but depending on where you're from, or well, not where you're from, but what your preference is. Normally, it's just bacon. Some people butter the bread, some people don't, and then you have ketchup or brown sauce. Brown sauce is something you can get in America, but it's not similar to anything else. It's a bit like A1, but not. I have not towed, as far as I know. I think this storm might make it somewhat difficult to find the guy. One sec, guys. I think HB has more vinegar and A1 has a bit more Worcestershire. I've not had A1. I like both though. Like if I used to have two bacon sandwiches when I was eating gluten and whatnot. Sometimes I'd make it with 4 slices of bread and I'd have 2. I used to quite often have one with ketchup and one with brown sauce, and I used to eat the ketchup one first. Really, the ketchup one's sweeter, so brown sauce first and ketchup second would make more sense, but I always used to have the ketchup one first and the brown sauce one second. I've just eaten my dinner, and I'm still hungry, and talking about bacon, my god. Some shots to the right, probably at that other military base. So I'm making my way towards the metal building, there's the metal kind of scientist lab, little porter building thing. That's this way, because I need a key to open the briefcase, but I'm keeping an eye out in case we see the briefcase on the way. fucking rock. That rock's done me 2 or 3 times already. Kill the rock. Kill it good. Where's my fucking keys, you fucking fuck? What? No key? It's a robbery. Oh, that sucks. I've got to go to the Millie base now to get a key. That's where the shot just was. I've not got the key. I've not got the secret. Hear me out, broccoli sandwich. I've heard you out, my Reach. No. Broccoli sandwich. A la poubelle. Fucking broccoli sandwich. Yuck. Chip butty sandwiches, I've not had one in forever, Paul, man, but chip butties are quite common. It's just like chips from the chip shop. Usually, obviously, in just regular bread, like regular sliced bread, like duck bread. Bread that people feed the ducks with. Whether they should or not is another matter. But anyway, yeah, just regular bread. Ideally, you want to butter it. It does help with a chip butty. You want buttered bread. And then just whack the chips in with salt and vinegar and maybe ketchup if that's your preference. It sounds weird, but I haven't had one in forever, but they are good. They are good. What's better than a carb sandwich, you know? Bread, carbs, with carbs inside, carb sandwich, you know? Health benefits galore, I'd say. Broccoli is a great source of protein. Broccoli is a great source of composting, if you ask me. It's a great source of putting it in the recycling and let the council compost it. I like a lot of vegetables, but broccoli is definitely not one. There are ways to cook it that make it vaguely palatable, but it takes a lot of effort. Like, if it's like kind of a bit charred, it can help it a bit, but the only way broccoli tastes nice is if you put things on it that make it taste not like broccoli. In my opinion, I'm not keen. I'd sooner eat Brussels than broccoli, for sure. I think I'd sooner eat a dick than broccoli. I don't know, that's not true, but I really don't like broccoli. Where? I think the Millie base is over there, isn't it? Do I keep looking for the science guy, or do I go to the Millie base and get a key? I'm going to go towards here and see if the science guy is over this way, and then go and get the key and then come back. I actually have come round to sprouts a little bit. They definitely have improved, haven't they? Like, for those that used to eat sprouts, if you were 38 plus or minus 10 years, sprouts when you were a kid were really bitter, but they've improved them. You know, they've selectively bred them. They are better now than they used to be. They used to be bitter and horrible. Few people saying sprouts with mint sauce. I've never tried that, but well, I will have done because I've probably had sprouts when I've had lamb. But I like that. If you have like roast lamb and you get mint sauce and then it kind of mingles with the gravy and you get it with some other stuff. I like that a lot. It's good. I haven't had roast lamb in a while. That roast lamb is good. Nom nom. I don't eat anything green. You might change your mind when you've grown up a bit, Lars, maybe. That was a little condescending, but it was intended. You know, it sounds a bit like the sort of thing kids do. You know, I don't eat any veg, mate. Only chippy chips, ham sandwiches every day. Ham sandwiches and macaroni cheese for me. You ever smoked weed when you were young? No, Omni-Man. I've never smoked weed. No. No, never. Right, I'm just going to come down hither a bit because this is where the science guy can spawn along this. One of the many places it can spawn along this thing where the posts are. So I'm going to follow the posts just down towards the hoose. There's a spawn right near the edge of that tree there as well. So I need to go all the way down, really. Omni-Man, you have to read when someone's being sarcastic or not, I think, but yeah. Brits don't have weed, they have cabbage. Interesting. I've never smoked cabbage. I quite like cabbage, actually. I quite like cabbage. It's pretty good. That's a vegetable I don't dislike. It's pretty good. I don't think we've got the science guy here. You do have to be a bit careful because he can be right near the tree there, but there's no science guy. Let's just run. Let's run for the hill. Parsnips are rancid. I like roast parsnips. I like them a lot. Roast parsnips are good. I like them. I used to hate them when I was a kid. I used to hate roast parsnips, but as an adult, like my mum used to always do that thing of like doing roast parsnips and like making them look like the potatoes, and then you'd get fucking done. It was like playing Russian roulette. You thought you were eating a roast potato, and it turned out to be a roast parsnip.
Yo,
it was like fucking
hello,
end of the world.
On the hunt for Bill Nye, I see.
But as an adult, if I think it's a roast potato and it turns out to be a parsnip, I like that. I am still following this. I think the science guy, the Bill Nye science guy, as you say, Smeatball, thank you very much for the resub, dude. It can spawn along here. I don't think it spawns much further along than this, but it was worth checking. I don't think it spawns closer to the hill up this way than here. But I think the shot that we heard was at this base, I think. So if they were shooting a player, they might still be around. We'll wait and see. You're about to drink 8 beers and take a nap. Cowie, you either drink really quickly or you'll plan your naps a long way in advance. If you're drinking 8 beers, what, like half an hour from now or 3 hours from now, you know? You drink beer really quick or you really are a nap planner. I don't think I've ever planned a nap for 3 hours in advance. Everyone needs to love and eat their proper vegetables, damn it. Well, I think it's important to have a varied diet, but I think people should be free to do what they want to do. Let's put the gun away. We want to be free to do what we want to do. There's the zombies. I don't like this place. Every time I come here, there looks like there's nobody, and you scout around, and there is nobody, and then you go down, and there's fucking somebody. The fact that... oh, there's a zombie over there that's just kind of spawned in there. Oh, the weather's shit. Most folks interpret diet or that word differently. For me, it's every day. For others, it's a fad. I don't know. That seems like you're just trying to make yourself out to be superior. If I'm honest, Dead Feather, you know, like everyone's at different points, and some people are living healthily, and some people are trying, and some people aren't bothered. You know, dead zombie there. So somebody's here. That's why there's not many Zeds. Could be in there. That's all good, Dead Feather. I bet there's somebody in there. Fuck me. Could have killed us both with his fucking gold tops. His gold tops on the outside of his vest. I'm lucky we're not dead. The fucking hell. No wonder I couldn't find a key, the greedy bastards. How many do you want? Fuck me dead. These guys are crazily geared for what they've got. If they've got really good gear in ways you wouldn't expect. They've got great bullets. I wonder where they got these from. It's a crazy. I'm not seeing much of it, but people sort of explaining what I need to take right now is probably not going to... It's going to fall on deaf ears, because I'm not looking at the chat to see what you guys think I should take. I'm just trying to sort out taking a few things and running away. Right now I'm working on the MK2. And more bandages. I'd really love to leave a tripwire trap here. That would be fucking hilarious. But there's no wire. I ain't got the time. He did hit me. He's wearing my jacket, bastard. Right, is there any more 22? He's got a BK-18. We don't need that. He's got a BK-18 and a shotgun. I do wonder if maybe taking a spare key might be wise. Right. Did they have an M79? Nope. Can you tripwire? Oh shit. Fuck me dead. That was too far for shotgun with buckshot. He looked like he had a Mosin as well. He had a big gun. I don't know if he's swinging round to this hill or not, but I'm just going to go round and see. He might be running away. He might be repositioning to this hill. If I catch him while I've got the shotgun in my hands and he's got a Mosin, it'll give us a good chance. I'm sure he was just going to come around there and look. I'm surprised he's not going for it. He might have ran away. He might be on that hill somewhere, but I don't know. I can't believe he's just ran off like that. I think he's fucked off. You never know when people do bug out. He might have been cold. He might need a fire. He might not fancy it, you know. Who knows? He did come around that hill, and if you look at the way the rocks are, he would have ended up running all the way down because there's no way really to run up by the look of it. That's not smoke in the forest, dude. That's a geyser. It's a geyser. It's steam from a geyser. Well, that's kind of cool. It's kind of predictable that they were behind that door, so I'm glad I had my gun raised and ready. But I'm glad that it worked out. I'm very glad that I had a plate carrier, because without a plate I think I'd have gone uncon there. I did get hit in the chest rig and the jacket, put my plate carrier to damaged. I think the dude fucked off. Last we saw him, he was kind of coming over that edge. I don't know. We could wait and have a look just for a minute. But I don't think he's here. Hi, Lotus. Might get chinned if I get near the geyser, yeah. I don't want to get chinned in the face. Not by that. I think he's done fucked off. He's FUKOFT'd.
A right, governor.
FUCKOFT'd. Alright, Governor. Hi, Best Sam. Thank you very much. Cheers for the support, dude. It's Paddy. Sorry I missed it. Thank you very much. Anguish, thank you too. Yogi, thank you too. I think that one's just someone shooting in the spawn area. Right, I've got to go and find the science guy anyway. I've got the key. I've got the key. We've got to go and find the scientist. Would he have gone to the base at all? I don't think so. He knew I was around the base. I think he started by flanking to the hill. He possibly saw me and then decided to do some kind of massive flank. Or maybe just thought, fuck this, I'm out. Sometimes the decision to stay in a fight or not is decided by whether you're cold or you're hot, especially on a map like this. You know, if he was arriving already cold, he might not bother. Is there quests on the map?
Much love.
Sakhal comes with quests, yeah. It's got a couple of main quests. There's an underground bunker for which you need to find a scientist that has a glow plug and amongst other things on him. And then there's also another quest beyond that where you can get coloured keys that open containers. No, I'm not going up there, it's too much like hard work. If he was going to run off, why did he run up that hill? Maybe he was looking to flank, maybe he ran off, but he clearly has ran off, hasn't he? He ran sideways and then careered off that way, but who knows? He didn't come around, did he? If he was flanking, he'd have either stayed on the hill he was on or flanked round to the hill I was on, and he did neither of those things. I do need the plus symbol again, and it's going to be a ball ache with a ruined jacket. I think I might just try to get away and just head over to the volcano, see if I can find the scientist and then make the fire afterwards. Oh, I need a fire. I don't want to make a fire, though. This might be a good place to do it. I think I'm going to do it. Like somewhere deep into forest. Go take a dip in the geyser. The geyser's so far the wrong way to where I need to go. I'm probably better off just doing a fire here. Did you see any major landmarks in in Badlands like the Sakhal volcano? Yeah, the main one I saw was a dam, a big dam, which was the only place where I found fresh water on one side. It was very cool. Mark House, thank you for the 8 months. Much love, dude. Thank you. All the platonics. Thank you. Right, there we go. Oh, fuck me dead. Hi Alva, you're right, dude. How long am I going to stream today? I don't know. I'm going to watch the France versus Sweden game, and that kicks off in about an hour and 20 minutes, so I'm going to stop before that, but I'm still on right now. I don't know. If I die, I'll probably stop, but if I don't die, I'll carry on for a good hour or so. Maybe just up until near when the football's going to start. I know I'm not a France or a Sweden fan, but I've been enjoying the games where I can see them, so I'd like the only game I can watch today is that one, so... How many days till America? I'll be on the plane right now in 2 weeks. Which is going to be good. I wish I could watch the Mexico game, Joe. I think that'll be a good game too. Mexico versus Ecuador, but it's on at 2 AM for me. So no bueno. Just making sure I didn't miss... Anderson, dude, I think I missed your super chat. It's an hour ago, so hopefully I didn't. But if I did, thank you. Who have I got in the game? I picked Ecuador in the Mexico game, which is a bit of an outsider of the two. But I've got a funny feeling. I think Ecuador are pretty good. I think Mexico, everyone's backing them because or picking them because they're at home. But Ecuador are South American. They've got I think they've got a better team. I think people are over-egging the home advantage. But I do worry about either team against England.
Fuck your potato.
At altitude, I think both of those two might have an advantage over England, but we'll see. Mark, thank you very much for the 55 months. I really, really appreciate it. Mark D, 1988, thank you. An anonymous gifter, thank you very much. Cheers for the support. Appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, we get them individual like as well. I fuck your potato. Mexican citizens have been keeping up the players with bullhorns outside their hotel rooms. What, the away players, Alpha? Ecuador routinely play at higher altitude than Mexico. That's what I'm saying, Radical, you know, like... What do you think about the Germany match? I think Germany didn't really, on balance, deserve to go through, but that wasn't a foul. It should have been a goal that was allowed. So, from the perspective of that goal being ruled out by VAR, I think Germany were incredibly unlucky. That did not deserve to be the thing. It was not. It was bollocks. But it was still a terrible game from Germany. Germany pooed the bed. Germany shit the bed, yeah. They were bad. Hopefully I'm not saying the same thing about England after tomorrow, but you never know. I'm still getting the second plus symbol. I wasn't expecting to. That's good. You're right, Citrus Punch. I was Winnie's, yeah, Morocco got through. I got the Germany game wrong though, but I think most people probably did. I don't think many people saw Paraguay winning that. Right. I think that's the second plus symbol attained. Right, let's go and find the scientist. I do still need to find a new jacket. I'm pretty sure the 2 dudes I killed, their jackets were ruined. I'd peppered them with shot, hadn't I? So I didn't really check the quality of the clothing, but there ain't no way those jackets were in good condition. Who did I pick to win the game earlier today? I got that one wrong as well. I picked Ivory Coast. From what the people were saying, it was a fairly close game and whatnot, but Norway got through. They scored the goals, you know. Oh, I'm sorry to hear about your dog passing away, Taco Supreme. That sucks, dude. It's horrible. It's horrible. I haven't lost a dog in that way since I was a kid. I did lose Toby, my dog, when me and my ex split up, but he's still alive and kicking and doing just fine. I just haven't seen him since, I don't know, May last year or something, you know. But yeah, sorry to hear it, dude. That sucks. Right, I think the Mosin with the scope is the right play in terms of guns. It seems less likely we're going to get shot at close range, much more likely we'll get shot at long range, so scoping it at. You're headed for Japan, are you, Tetsubishi? Well, have a safe trip to. That's definitely a place I'd like to go, and Miss Portland wants to go as well, so I'd like to go there at some point. That'd be cool. I do need to go there at some point. It actually wouldn't be the worst destination in the world to go to while she's living where she is, you know. Like, I could fly from the UK and she could fly from Portland. It's a long way, but it wouldn't be impossible. The thing with Japan is, I think I'd like to go. I'd need to do more research. I always forget the name of the cities I want to go to because I don't remember anything really. But it's not just Tokyo. There's 3 main ones people go to. You're all going to name them now, and I'm going to. Yep, that's it. But yeah, I'd like to go for a while, like 10 days or so, maybe. I'm not going to Astoria this time, Lotus, but Genos. I'll try and remember. Genos, yeah. And Tokyo is definitely one. That one I can remember, yeah. So the scientist can be anywhere on the mountain, anywhere where there's snow. So I think I'm just going to sidle round. I'm going to start going to the left. We already checked it, but it was a while ago, and there's a chance that the scientist could have moved since then. So I'm going to start to the left. The left is the side I checked more thoroughly, but it's also got more spawns, so I feel like I'd rather go that way. You have to be so careful, because these little things here, it's easy to confuse, like that, it's easy to confuse that by eye with the scientist, or miss it. But it spawns anywhere all the way up the volcano, but only in the snow. And also lots of other places around the feet, around these posts and whatnot. Yeah, that's the 3, Nizin. Kyoto, Tokyo and Osaka. I think that's the 3, pretty much, you're right. It wasn't Hiroshima and Fukushima. Fukushima's where that thing was, wasn't it? Well, that was bad. Hiroshima was obviously fucking awful, but yeah. They're the 3. Kyoto, Tokyo and Osaka. kind of want to go like when the blossoms will be out as well. I guess would be cool. I don't even know what. I guess spring, but that'd be badass. Cherry blossoms. God, that's the second time that same thing has fucking done me. I thought that was a dude looking at me. It's so hard this, because I'm going around looking up and down just in the snow trying to find the scientist. And as a result, you can easily get fucking owned. Like now, I'm standing crouched on the side of a mountain looking for a scientist. Triple taking what I think is a rock. I think it's a rock. But yeah, like, it's so easy to get fucking domed, isn't it? Especially right now. And that could be the scientist. It probably isn't, but it could be. Kill the rocks. Kill the rocks.
What the hell else is Prime for?
Lynn, thank you very much for using it. Cheers for using your Prime on my channel. Appreciate it, dude. Big G, thank you as well. Cheers for doing the same thing. Thank you. It's actually easy as well, because I'm doing all this looking up and looking down. You can almost run over it and not spot it, because you're looking up and down so much. Fake Silver, thank you very much for the Prime. Really appreciate it. Thank you. And Fozd, cheers for the new sub. Thank you very much too. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Right. Any chance? Any chance? You bastard. Bastard fuck. Nope. It's not on the road that I can see. Got to keep going round. It could be anywhere. Got to keep going round. Cheers, Forrest, Fake Silver and Lind. Thank you. I'm not looking at the chat quite so much as I normally would be, for obvious reasons. I need to see this bloody thing.
Watch on YouTube, sub on Twitch.
One sec, guys. Sorry guys, no massive drama or anything, but my daughter's doing a Duke of Edinburgh thing this week, and they want to picking up. So I need to call my ex because she's not picking up the phone. So I'm going to have to end, because if I can't get hold of anyone, I'm going to have to go and pick her up. But she's like 2 hours away, so bear with me. And well, I'll be back tomorrow, and I'll carry on this live then. But I can't really carry on now. I've got to sort this out, and it could take me 20 minutes, or it could take me 3 hours. I just don't really know. So thanks. She's fine. She's not bad or anything. She just wants to call it from whatever she's doing, I think. So anyway. That's it from me, guys. I'll catch you soon. I'll catch you tomorrow, in fact. I'm going to be on early because of the football for England, so I'll be on about 11 o'clock tomorrow. Take it easy, guys. Catch you later. Bye.